Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
Mega World Hotels and Resorts is the largest hospitality chain in the Philippines. Each of its 6 diverse brands offer a distinct personality to cater to the needs of today's savvy traveler, whatever their purpose for travel may be. With a promise of enriching the travel experiences of its guests, Mega World Hotels and Resorts celebrates a unique culture of service excellence, fueled by warm and heartfelt service that Filipinos are best known for. Committed to providing every guest with unparalleled hospitality, the brand continues to innovate, curating meaningful experiences, building relationships, and inspiring travels while offering you the joys of being home. Mega World Hotels and Resorts. Our heart, your home.
Sunsmart is an all-renewable energy company that focuses in bringing knowledge-based innovation to provide accessibility and fast-track timely delivery of last-mile clean energy, potable water, and AIoT system and solution for smart city development, making the company the first to viably prove that living off the grid is possible. We are beyond solar. We are Sunsmart.
Mondelez International, home to some of the world's favorite snacking brands. Our purpose is to empower people to snack right by offering the right snack for the right moment, made the right way. This is the purpose that guides our work, making a broader assortment of delicious, high-quality, global and local snacks that nourish life's moments and fuel our well-being. Offering a locally relevant range of snacks, from indulgent to wholesome, that are convenient, mindful, and delivered in innovative formats. Celebrating our proud heritage of makers and bakers, advancing sustainable sourcing and packaging, and obsessing over consumer-inspired quality. Together, we're making great progress to achieving our goals. We are a passionate team of makers and bakers, located all over the world. We've got everything we need. Snacking is a great market to be in. It's a growing global trend. We've got a strong footprint in more than 150 countries around the world, including an unrivaled presence in emerging markets. We're operating in fast-growing snacking categories with strong market positions. Building on these strengths, our strategy is to create value over the long term. We're well set to lead the future of snacking.
Wilcon Depot, 45 years in construction and home improvement. A recognized leader in the industry. We bring the most extensive selection of trusted local and international brands with high-grade features and superior quality ranging from tiles, sanitary wares, plumbing, furniture, home interior, building materials, hardware, electrical, appliances, and so much more. From one store in 1977, today we have a network of over 80 stores across the country. And we are on track for our target of opening 100 stores by 2025. We are who we are because of the innovations we have brought to the industry. We redefine the shopping experience for construction and home improvement. We are known for our excellent customer service. We are bridging a strong physical store network while complementing it through leveraging technology and advancing our digitization. We are known not just for providing products, but for providing solutions. It is a legacy of dedication, hard work, and excellence. It is a mission to help people build, improve, and refine their homes for a sustainable and comfortable life. It is a testament to the men and women behind the brand. It is our deep commitment to be of service to our
Wilcon Depot Incorporated. Our special partners are Bello Medical Group Incorporated, Build Right Construction Chemicals, Sikaya Philippines, SM Store Beauty Section, and Universal Robina Corporation. Of course, our venue partner is Admiral Hotel MGallery. And our ever-reliable organization partners are the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the French Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Philippines, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Cebu Chamber, CREBA, or the Chamber of Real Estate and Builders Associations Incorporated, DCCII, or the Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, FINEX, or the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, the Italian Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines Incorporated, the Islamic Dawa Council of the Philippines, La Camara, or the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, MAP, or Management Association of the Philippines, the Nordic Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, PCCI, NCR, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, and She Talks Peace. Last but not least, we are grateful to our media partner, the Manila Times TV. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Mega World Hotel and Resorts. Announcing the arrival of the Department of Tourism Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. Please all rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
A Prayer for Our Earth by Pope Francis. All-powerful God, you are present in the whole universe and in the smallest of your creatures. You embrace with your tenderness all that exists. Pour out upon us the power of your love, that we may protect life and beauty. Fill us with peace, that we may live as brothers and sisters, harming no one. O God of the poor, help us to rescue the abandoned and forgotten of this earth, so precious in your eyes. Bring healing to our lives, that we may protect the world and not prey on it, that we may sow beauty, not pollution and destruction. Touch the hearts of those who look only for gain at the expense of the poor and the earth. Teach us to discover the worth of each thing, to be filled with awe and contemplation, to recognize that we are profoundly united with every creature as we journey towards your infinite delight. We thank you for being with us each day. Encourage us, we pray, in our struggle for justice, love, and peace.
TMT editor, and I'm also your host for today. For this hybrid event with the title Encompassing Sustainability, Future-Proofing the Economy. Now, this forum on green and renewable business practices across industries encourages government agencies and development partners to learn from one another. So to help further the conversation between public and private sector stakeholders, our speakers will be discussing topics ranging from travel and tourism, from agribusiness modernity, food security, manufacturing and retail technology, as well as power security and the circular economy. Later on, joining me to moderate the fireside chat or open forum portion of our program is TMT Business columnist Ben Kritz. During the Manila Times, for now, please do indulge me in introducing the gentleman who shall be giving the welcoming remarks. For the Manila Times roundtable discussions, he meets with diplomats, government officials, and international business leaders. On the SMNI News channel, he hosts a regular talk show on business and politics where he interviews key players in the public and private sectors. In 2020, he was elected chairman of the National Book Development Board. He has had many accolades and was recently given the 2022 Best Media Outlet Chairman and CEO Award by the United Kingdom-based CEO Monthly online magazine. And in December of that year, he was also recognized as the most empowered executive in journalism in the inaugural edition of the Gawad Dangal Filipino Awards, Philippines Men and Women Integrity of Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to present to you our Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Dante Francis Clink Ang II. Sir Clink, the stage is yours.
First of all, hello. Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome everyone on behalf of the Manila Times. Good morning. I'd like to greet also some of our speakers this morning, Secretary Cristina Frasco of the Department of Tourism. Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Danilo Fausto of the National President for the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated. Also, I see Ms. Jenny Lynn Maaño-Ngai, the co-founder and president of Sunsmart Solar Power Tech. And I think the others will be coming later and will be properly introduced. My colleagues at the Manila Times, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to you all. Sustainability is a timely topic, given the fact that we are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution, where we're seeing a lot of disruption. And there are many dimensions, of course, to sustainability. There are, of course, the economic threats that we face, many of which are coming from abroad. There is, of course, the advent or the developments of artificial intelligence, how it may threaten some key sectors that are vital to the Philippine economy. The BPO is one, which, as you know, brings in about 35 billion pesos to the GDP, contributes $35 billion to the GDP every year. But AI, of course, is threatening that. And some say that this new technology will save that sector something like $80 billion by 2026. There is, of course, also some external headwinds coming from the continuing war in Eastern Europe between Ukraine and Russia, and of course the political stalemate that we are all eagerly watching in the United States with regard to their debt spending. Of course, I think the more appropriate aspect of sustainability has to do with climate change, and that is why we invited some of the speakers today. Of course, we all know this impact on agriculture, which is, of course, the main preoccupation of our president these days. It is where about half of our Filipino population reside, and unfortunately, as all of you know, it only contributes about 9%, 10% to the gross domestic product. Tourism, I think, is another sector that we are, of course, eagerly watching. In previous editorials that I have written and my colleague has also written, that it can be the third leg to help the Philippines realize its goals of becoming an upper middle income country. The first two, of course, are the BPO, the injections of the OFW remittances, and tourism, of course, holds out a promise given the natural resources that this country has. But as we said in the previous editorials that we have written, I think we're fortunate to have a very competent secretary heading that department, but unfortunately, she will have to work with the other government departments to make tourism work. For instance, I'd like to take this opportunity maybe to call out Congress, which has been sitting on an air agreement with India. My friend Johnny Chichana here knows all about it. India, as you know, will be the third largest economy in the world, according to Morgan Stanley and Standard & Poor. A rich source, I think, of tourism for the Philippines. And I think direct air links will be vital to that. But it's not only that. Congress also, I think, contemplating the Open Skies Agreement, which I think needs to be reviewed. I think there are some concerns about its impact on our airline industry. And there are other initiatives, such as the ASEAN Single Aviation Market, I think that needs to be reviewed. And I think, as I heard Secretary Frasco said last week when they were talking about the new country branding program, these air links are going to be vital in realizing our tourism targets. And so I know that you are all eager to hear what they have to say, how they see the future in their respective fields, and of course, more importantly, what they would like to recommend to achieve those goals. But before we hear from them, I'd just like to thank all of the partners who have made this event possible today. This would not have been, we wouldn't be here without the cooperation of MegaWorld, Sunsmart Solar Power Technology. This event was also held in partnership with Infinivan, Mondelez International Snacking, Wilcon Depot, also our special partners, Bello, Build Right Construction Chemicals, Sakaya, SM Store Beauty, Universal Robina. Our venue partner, of course, is brand new, well, fairly brand new, Admiral Hotel Manila. Our first time here, and I think it did not disappoint. We also have our TV partner, our sister company, the TMT TV, and of course our organizational partners, the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the French Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Philippines, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which I hope to visit next week, the Chamber of Real Estate and Builders Association Incorporated, or CREBA, the Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, or FINEX, the Italian Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines Incorporated, the Islamic Dawah Council of the Philippines, Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, or La Cámara, the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP, the Northern Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or PCCI-NCR, the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, and She Talks Peace. And with that, I hope that you have a very productive morning, and again, welcome to you all. Maraming salamat po.
Sir Klink, thank you for the welcoming remarks. We shall now proceed with our first keynote speaker. Prior to being handpicked by Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to lead the Department of Tourism in 2022, she was a multi-awarded local chief executive, the three-term mayor of the municipality of Liloan in the province of Cebu, where tourism is the main economic driver. Under her leadership, her town of Liloan was awarded top model municipality in the Philippines and most resilient municipality. She was a top performing mayor, ranking #1 among all municipal mayors in Central Visayas, and she is the recipient of the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Regional Award for Excellence in Public Service. During the 2022 national election, she was the spokesperson of now Vice President Sara Duterte. She is a lawyer by profession, having graduated from Ateneo Law. Prior to being mayor, she practiced international arbitration in one of the top law firms in Asia, and she was a professor of law. She is also a mother of 4 young children with her husband, Deputy Speaker Duke Frasco. She is the youngest member of the Marcos cabinet and was recently ranked one of the top performing cabinet officials of the Marcos administration with her highly collaborative and proactive approach to tourism governance. She's determined to carry out the President's vision of transforming the Philippines into a tourism powerhouse in Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, Philippine Tourism Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco.
Daghang salamat. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Good morning, mabuhay, and magandang umaga po. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before I begin my remarks, let me tell you a story. 4 years ago, a mayor of a municipality in Liloan was given recognition by the Manila Times for her work in sustainability in our communities. She was not the only one awarded, as were other mayors of other towns and cities all over the Philippines. So you see, the Manila Times has been doing the great work of recognizing communities that value sustainability and push for economic development anchored on preserving nature for the future generations. That mayor eventually became the Secretary of Tourism. And that recognition I took to heart because it gave recognition as well to our communities in Liloan who put in the hard work and continue to do so to ensure that we uplift the quality of life for our people. I bring that perspective with me here today. So thank you so much to the Manila Times. Sir Dante Click-Ang, Ma'am Blanca, to all the hardworking members of the Manila Times team, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I am very honored to be with you, and to all of the guests of this forum that pushes for a national consciousness focusing on the importance of sustainability to drive our economy. The contribution of tourism to our Philippine economy is massive, having contributed no less than 12.9% to our gross domestic product in 2019 when tourism was at its peak. According to the indices of the World Travel and Tourism Council, the contribution of tourism to the Philippines is even larger at 22.5%, taking into consideration not only the direct benefits of tourism, but also its indirect benefits across the various sectors of the tourism value chain. These numbers emphasize the strategic importance of tourism to the Philippine economy and the life and times of the Filipino people. No less than our President, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., recognized very early on the importance of tourism as a socio-economic tool for progress and the improvement of the lives of our fellow Filipinos. This is the reason why his prioritization of tourism under his administration has resulted in a whole-of-government approach to tourism development. With the Department of Tourism being the lead coordinator for environment and climate change in the ASEAN National Tourism Organizations, we continue to ensure that sustainability is at the forefront of tourism development. While we only reopened in February of 2022, the good news is that we were able to exceed our targets for that year. While initially the Department of Tourism targeted arrivals of 1.7 million from various nationalities, we were able to exceed that by nearly 1 million, having garnered 2.65 million in international arrivals. This resulted in a combination of 214 billion pesos in foreign visitor receipts, as well as 1.4 trillion pesos in domestic tourism receipts, resulting in a total of an estimated 1.784 trillion that tourism contributed to our economy. We should all clap for tourism. And everyone who has put in the hard work to ensure that Philippine tourism rebounds. This has resulted to the most important component and contribution of tourism to our country, and that is to inure to the benefit of our fellow Filipinos. While our targets for tourism employment last year were pegged at 4.7 million, we were able to exceed that to result in no less than 5.2 million in tourism-related jobs for 2022. In further good news, while we have not yet reached the middle of this year, we have already exceeded all of 2022's targets. As of May 24, 2023, our visitor arrivals from around the world have exceeded 2,145,000. From January to April 2023, it is estimated that we have already generated roughly 168.5 billion pesos in visitor receipts. Not to mention the visitor receipts contributed by our domestic tourists, as we fully foresee the 100% recovery of domestic tourism this year. Such is the importance of tourism to our economy. The tourism value chain expands to the many strata of our society. Indeed, no other industry has the power to go to the farthest reaches of our archipelagic country and provide opportunities that will allow them to change the path of their lives through tourism. As you can see from the screen, so many components of our society contribute to the entire tourism value chain. Conversely, should we not value sustainability in tourism development, all of these sectors stand to lose. The tourism sector has tremendous impact upon the life of our country. It accelerates social progress. It enables community enrichment by involving community-based organizations in tourism development. Of course, it continues to drive job creation, even amidst external pressures, not to mention that it is also a very reliable source for stabilizing the Philippine peso. It has a multiplier effect for local economies across our cities, municipalities, and provinces and regions. And because tourism continues to provide opportunities to correspond to global trends, it continues as well to be a catalyst for innovation and entrepreneurship. While it is true that the metrics of tourism are always measured in terms of the number of arrivals, I would like to think that we should not only value quantity in tourism, but also quality. This is the reason why, under the Department of Tourism, we have been pushing for social responsibility in terms of the regulation and consumption of our tourism products. Sustainability is at the bedrock of the Department of Tourism's recently approved National Tourism Development Plan. The NTDP, which was approved by our President, envisions the transformation of the Philippines into a tourism powerhouse in Asia, anchored on the strength of our Filipino identity, heritage, and culture, and driven by the values of sustainability, resilience, and global competitiveness. As the guidebook for Philippine tourism and the window whereby we can see a future, the future where the tourism industry is heading, the NTDP provides the manual on how the DOT intends to continue to grow the impact of tourism upon our economy. Clearly laid down in the NTDP are mechanisms of sustainability that we fully intend to ensure implementation as far as our partners in the tourism industry are concerned. Pursuant to the vision laid down in the NTDP, the Department of Tourism has identified 7 specific goals that correspond to 2 things: First, global indices that would indicate the reason why, notwithstanding the beauty of our natural resources, the Philippines ranks lower than our ASEAN neighbors. That is, in the aspects of infrastructure, the ability to withstand external pressures, especially when calamities occur, as well as various other essential pillars of tourism development. The second aspect being that it asks the difficult questions and tries to provide solutions. From my perspective, coming from a province that's highly dependent on tourism, and where tourism lies at the culture of our pride of place being Cebuanos, promotion is not the only thing in our mind, but rather, more importantly, product development. To truly develop the tourism industry from the ground up by arming it with the tools to succeed, foremost of which is infrastructure, and which lies at the very top of our goals in the DOT. In partnership with the Department of Public Works and Highways, the DOT has embarked on the continuation of the Tourism Road Infrastructure Program Convergence, which has resulted in an investment of no less than 17.7 billion pesos in the building of tourism roads this year. We're also working with our partner local government agencies for the purpose of ensuring that we take a look at whether or not our tourism destinations are capable as far as their drainage systems, their water systems, their water treatment and sewerage systems, all of which would result in more sustainable tourism destinations when properly addressed. Cohesive and comprehensive digitalization and connectivity also ranks very high in our priorities, precisely because being an archipelagic country, we recognize the need to connect our islands to one another and to give opportunities for our islands to be highlighted, notwithstanding that they are far from reach in terms of our main gateways. Therefore, we have inked a partnership with the Department of Information Communications Technology to power up and provide improved and free internet connectivity to no less than 94 destinations in the Philippines this year. The good news is that by June of this year, 46 of those destinations will have already been powered up with improved internet connectivity. Actual connectivity is also paramount in terms of tourism. This is why early on in the administration, we inked a partnership with the Department of Transportation, wherein we presented to them our wish list of airports to be improved, added, and expanded. And we are pleased to note that in the proposals of the DOTR for their own airport enhancement program, in the forthcoming national budget, many of our wish list have been included. In addition to that, we recognize the importance of ensuring a positive experience overall for our tourists. Our gateways being the first impression that our tourists have of our country. That is why, as I will demonstrate later on, we have enhanced one of our gateways in the Philippines to be followed by 2 others. We find that under the Marcos administration, there is still much room to improve as far as expanding tourism opportunities nationwide. And that is why the intention is to equalize tourism promotions and development, to continue to push for our key destinations, but as well to reach out as far as possible to our partner local government units and regional offices in the country to give equal opportunities for development. Recently, I had the privilege of visiting Sultan Kudarat in Mindanao, where I discovered for myself and with my own eyes just how beautiful that part of Mindanao is and how much potential it has for growth. I invite you all to visit Sultan Kudarat as they hold the key to our identity as Filipinos and still offer very authentic tourism experiences for our guests. Sustainability, when adopted as being part of one's way of life, can result in the long-term progress of a community. If I may cite one specific example in my home province of Cebu, in the municipality of Aloginsan, there is what you call a Boho River cruise, where you engage with the community-based tourism organization that runs it and have the opportunity to get to know not just their river, but also the immense biodiversity of their town. The wonderful story of the Boho River cruise is such that 13 years ago, the community-based tourism organization that now runs the river were actually the one that were pillaging the river. They cut the mangroves, they hunted down the wildlife, they polluted the river with various human activities. But with proper government intervention, through their local government unit in partnership with the provincial government of Cebu, they have transformed the Boho River cruise as being now awarded by the United Nations World Tourism Organizations as one of the world's best tourism villages. This is a primary example. This is a primary example of how, when sustainability is adopted as a way of life, it can be both transformative and regenerative. Regenerative tourism is essential to the development of the tourism industry in the Philippines. For indeed, we should no longer just focus on raking in the dollars and the pesos for our economy, but more importantly, how we can sustain the commercial viability of our destinations for the long term. As a tacit manifestation of the Department of Tourism's commitment to sustainability, we recently partnered with the International School for Sustainable Tourism in hosting the first ever International Ecotourism Travel Mart in 2023, which gathered hundreds of the world's national and regional ecotourism associations, networks, destinations, indigenous peoples, professionals, and academicians from over 20 countries for the purpose of providing advocacy for sustainability, thought leadership, and innovations in ecotourism. The Department of Tourism recognizes the importance of ecotourism as one of the best tools for mainstreaming a consciousness of biodiversity conservation, especially that the Philippines is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world. This is why, under the Department of Tourism, ecotourism is part of our efforts to prioritize multidimensional tourism, to ensure that we not only present opportunities for our guests to visit our natural destinations, but also diversify our tourism offerings so as not to result in over-tourism. The Department of Tourism is also partnering with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, as well as the Department of Interior and Local Government, for purposes of convening a National Sustainable Tourism Council, a policy-making body that will ensure that we properly regulate our ecotourism destinations in the country in partnership with our local government units. We are also in the process of crafting the National Ecotourism Strategy and Action Plan from 2023 to 2028. The NESAP is anchored on the vision and development agenda of our President, the DOT, and the DENR, harmonizing priorities under the Philippine Development Plan, the DOT 7-point agenda, as well as the 10-point agenda of the DENR, prioritizing protection, repair, and the conservation of nature. In order to incentivize sustainability among our tourism enterprises and partners, we are reviving the ANAHAW Philippine Sustainable Tourism Certification, as well as the Philippine Tourism Awards. In addition to this, I'm happy to announce that we are now in the final works of the revision of our national accreditation standards, wherein we are presenting incentives for tourism enterprises that apply sustainable tourism development measures in their operations, as well as the Filipinization of their offerings. Towards the Philippines' goal of becoming Asia's next tourism powerhouse, we are ensuring that this effort is supported firmly by the principles of sustainability. Please allow me to point out that when we say sustainability, it does not only mean preserving our destinations for the future, but rather for the present as well. And that is why, notwithstanding the fact that the Marcos administration has only been here less than a year, the effort really has been to act with a sense of urgency as far as pushing for the reopening of the Philippines to tourism and for the success of the transformation of the country. You will be happy to know that our President's agenda in trying to open up the Philippines has been to ensure that the pandemic era restrictions of coming into the country have been lifted and continue to be revised. And as well, as a result of our partnership with the DOTR, if any of you have had the opportunity to land in NAIA Terminal 2 lately, you will see the result of that partnership and feel immediately the love and warmth of the Filipino people. NAIA Terminal 2 now has Filipino-made furniture made by Filipino hands, solihia panels, plants, all to give our tourists an opportunity to see the beauty of our country at first glance. Admittedly, there is much room to improve. However, we have begun the first steps of that improvement, beginning with an enhanced tourism experience through the efforts of the Department of Tourism, our partner TIEZA, in partnership with the DOTR. We have also begun to address one of the most basic and essential components of any travel, the need for a clean and decent restroom. Do you agree with me? To my utter confusion, it is very basic, but very sparse, which is why we have already broken ground on no less than 10 tourist rest areas across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. These tourist rest areas provide a comfortable lounge and information center for our tourists, a pasalubong center wherein our small and medium enterprises can sell their goods and wares for our tourists, and most importantly, clean and decent restrooms. We have thus far broken ground in Pagudpud, in Ilocos Norte, in Baguio City, in Cebu, Bohol, Palawan, as well as in Manolo Fortich in Bukidnon, and Samal Island in Davao. We are adding 10 more tourist rest areas this year, and more to come under the Marcos administration. Recognizing that peace and security is the bedrock for tourism development, along with sustainability, we have trained no less than 7,100 tourist police across our key destinations. And in partnership with the DILG, we are expanding that effort for tourist security, not just to our tourist police, but also to our police auxiliary forces in our local government units, including our barangay tanods. We are beginning very shortly our trainings on the Filipino brand of service excellence and tourist police training to these police auxiliary forces. Under the Marcos administration, the effort is to reintroduce the Philippines to the world by marketing it not just as a fun destination, which it will continue to be, but also as a destination to provide authentic, immersive experiences for the Filipino culture. The beauty and diversity of our culture and the Filipino story is yet to be fully told to the world. And that is why we are very excited to launch in June of this year the Philippine Experience, which gives opportunities to our tourists not just to visit our beaches, our mountains, our churches, and our heritage sites, but also, more importantly, to get to know the heart and soul of the Filipino through our festivals, our food, our songs, our dances, the product of our local artisans and makers, our tribal communities, our weavers, and the like. We're beginning the Philippine Experience in Davao in June, followed by Ilocos Norte, Bicol, Calabarzon, Pampanga, and various other parts of the country. We recognize that while we can craft wonderfully sounding policies on the national level, none of this will succeed if we do not have the support of our local government units. And that is why we have launched the Tourism Champions Challenge, to encourage our mayors from our over 100 cities and over 1,400 municipalities to become champions for Philippine tourism. We're giving out no less than 180 million pesos in financial grants to mayors that propose tourism, infrastructure, and sustainability projects that fall under the National Tourism Development Plan of our country. We will choose 5 winners from Luzon, 5 from Visayas, and 5 from Mindanao. And as you can see, the first winner will receive 20 million pesos, second 15, and so on and so forth. In addition to this, the Philippines has continued to make sure that our country continues to be a top-of-mind destination to the rest of the world. And that is why we have ensured our presence in various international exhibitions across all hemispheres. And with that, we have been able to generate no less than 3.33 billion pesos in estimated sales leads with these international participations, most recent of which was in the ITB Berlin. The Department of Tourism continues to take in various perspectives from national, local, public, and private stakeholders in order to ensure that our effort towards tourism transformation is collaborative and inclusive. That is why I greatly value forums such as this one organized by the Manila Times, because it informs us in government as to what it is that we still need to continue to do so that we may be able to improve the status of our offerings in government as a whole, as well as the status of tourism development in the country. Once again, please accept my profound gratitude for this opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you so much to the Manila Times and all your partners. Let us all champion Philippine tourism. Daghan kayong salamat kaninyong tanan.
Thank you, Secretary Frasco. May we invite you to make yourself comfortable as the Manila Times business columnist joins you on stage for the first fireside chat for the day. Now, some of you may be familiar with or even follow Ben's column titled Rough Trade, where he gives no-holds-barred commentary on trade and industry issues. Although, perhaps with Secretary Frasco, Ben, you might want to have a light touch. You have roughly 15 minutes to chat.
Okay. All right, we on here? All right. Okay. Thank you, Secretary Frasco, for that presentation. I do have a couple of questions for you, and I'm not I'm not here to make it difficult for you, despite what Dafort just said. These are in no particular order, but the one thing that I came in here this morning with this question on my mind, because I had originally heard you speak about regenerative tourism maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago when it first came up, and the first thing I did when I heard that was, of course, I went and looked it up. And it seems to have a very fluid definition. So I am curious, how do you define regenerative tourism? It's an important concept, so it would be helpful to know exactly what we're talking about from the Department of Tourism's point of view.
Well, I think to understand the concept, you must take a look at its origins and the necessity for the same. Prior to the pandemic, and with consumption in tourism being at the level that it was, it resulted in over-tourism that we very much saw with the example of Boracay, which had been forced to shut down with the necessity of its rehabilitation. Boracay has now become one of the world's foremost examples for sustainability and rehabilitation. And with the proper matrices and government intervention in place, that example has resulted in the Department of Tourism trying to ensure that the Boracay model never happens again in terms of having to shut down other ecotourism destinations in the country. With these origins, our approach towards regenerative tourism is that we must be able to approach our natural tourism offerings in a manner that ensures its long-term sustainability. To not harbor under the belief that it will be there forever or that the resources are inexhaustible, but rather be conscious of the fact that there may be limits to what these destinations can offer. And that is why, by way of very specific programs, we will try to ensure that our destinations last for the long term. Regenerative tourism can come in the form of working with our community-based tourism organizations to ensure that we instill carrying capacities such as they have done in the Boho River, to ensure the use of sustainable materials in the offerings that they have to their tourists, as well as to ensure that we encourage in our tourists themselves to leave the place better than what it was. Overall, the concept of regenerative tourism, I believe, is closely attached to the circular economy, where we recognize that we are all connected, and how one particular aspect of our economy is negatively impacted ultimately results in a negative impact to the rest of the value chain, including the tourism value chain.
Okay. You mentioned Boracay, and that's we consider that a success story because of its rehabilitation. I understand that there's an effort to reconstitute or revise the interagency task force for Boracay. Could you tell us a little more about that? How it's going to move from, okay, we started this task force to get Boracay cleaned up. Now, what's going to change for it to be, like a constant, a continuous body after this?
We must understand that the closure of Boracay did not only concern the cleanup of Boracay, but rather the overall rehabilitation of the island that took a look at various matrices for rehabilitation, including social protection, infrastructure, water system, drainage system, water treatment, sewerage systems, as well as individual sewerage treatment systems in hotel and resort establishments themselves. It also included transportation and various aspects of the utilization of the resources in the island. What happened was when the Duterte administration ended, the BIATF also ended. But there were still around 12 projects that had not yet been completed. All of these of which greatly contribute to the long-term sustainability of the island. That is why, together with the DILG and the DENR, we have proposed the reconstitution of the BIATF. However, I think that the main difference this time will be that for myself at least, having been a mayor myself, I am very conscious of the fact that there is always a need to temper regulation with commercial viability. Because as with any attempt to shut down or lock down, as we've seen during the pandemic, we cannot only look at the preservation of life, which is very important, or the preservation of the environment, as the case may be, but also the preservation of livelihood. And that is why, under the BIATF, we will work very closely with our local government units and our local tourism communities in order that we may be able to rationalize the policies that are implemented and to constantly revisit them to be responsive to the present day. It is, to my mind, difficult to just put out a number, for example, for carrying capacity, without taking into consideration the vast economic impact that it can have on the losses that may ensue if the carrying capacity of the hotels and resorts are not met. Because them not being able to be commercially viable also results in the loss of livelihood for their tourism frontliners. So it will be an ongoing conversation with the LGU. And I was recently in Boracay, specifically to spark that conversation.
Okay. Segueing on to while we're talking about organizations, what's the status of the formation of the National Sustainable Tourism Council that you talked about? Because that sounds like a very interesting idea. Is there any prospect of that happening within the near future?
Yes, definitely. We foresee that it will be formally convened within the year. But even prior to that, we have already informally convened with the ILG as well as the DENR. And we have already identified the purposes for the council and as well as the initial sites at which we will be implementing tourism regulation in partnership with our local government units. This would have to do, of course, with trying to address challenges, especially in terms of water quality in certain destinations, as well as the utilization of our tourist destinations, especially in terms of those that offer nature-based tourism.
Okay. Now you did mention one thing that I think probably everybody has got a story about. You talked about the impression that the country's gateways make on arriving visitors, and we have just been through a few months of some sketchy situations at NAIA, which is not your fault. If you were from the Department of Transportation, I would have a lot more questions on that. But what can you? Is there any way that you can help that situation? With it's not just if you've probably passed through the airport. Terminal 2 is very nice, as you pointed out. But if you've passed through the airport lately, it is not just the problems with their power systems or whatever. The entire experience is very it's not great. And how much input do you have to like the Department of Transportation or the MIAA to improve, particularly for domestic tourists as well, which I have another question about that after this one.
I have a three-pronged answer to your question. First, we help to the extent that our mandate allows. As part of our mandate, the Department of Tourism sits in all the aviation-related boards of the Department of Transportation. We do recognize the authority of the Department of Transportation in running our airports, and at the same time, we have presented our suggestions as far as how we perceive operations can improve, not just in terms of aesthetics, but also in terms of efficiency. I come from Cebu, home of Asia's best airport under the 5 million category. And therefore, we've seen that it can be done. Little things, such as conducting a time in motion study from the time that the tourist arrives to the time that they exit, and trying to reduce the pain points for tourists in that regard. Putting push carts in front of the carousel so you don't have to waste your time trying to look for one. And those have already been instituted. Offering seminars on the Filipino brand of service excellence to our frontline airport tourism workers, and which has already commenced, to try to help them understand the value of our travelers coming in, as well as the necessity of ensuring that we treat them always with a requisite level of compassion and care. Second, our gateways are not just there for, or rather, our gateways are also important in terms of providing connectivity to our travelers. And that is why we have aggressively conducted intense negotiations with international and domestic airlines. And we do have a specific routes development team that is dedicated to chasing after flights that were halted during the pandemic, as well as flights that we wish to be instituted, not just in Manila, but across our host of various other secondary airports and destinations. As a result of these efforts in partnership with the Department of Transportation, we now have flights, for example, that directly connect Clark to Caticlan, Clark to Busuanga, Clark to Mindanao, Cebu to Baguio, Cebu to Bangkok, and most recently we were able to successfully negotiate, led by the DOTR, 7 more direct flights from Turkey. And recently it was announced by Qatar that there will be 4 more direct flights to Cebu. We're seeing an average of over 200% recovery in terms of our flights in our airports outside of Manila. The third prong to my answer to your question is that accessibility also does not just have to do with our airports, but also our other points of access, our seaports as well as our land ports. And that is why our collaboration with the DOTR will not just be limited to NAIA Terminal 2, but also, very soon, the Davao International Airport, as well as Cebu City Pier 1. In my recent visit to Boracay as well, I have engaged with the governor of Boracay, who's a former mayor like myself, as well as the mayor of Aklan, for the purpose of improving the entire arrival experience in Boracay. Currently, you have to line up 5 times and wait over an hour before you can reach the island. Soon, with our partnership with the provincial government, we aim to reduce the waiting time as well as digitalize the entire experience of arriving. Thank you.
Okay, and this is kind of my last question, and it's sort of personal because we've been doing this a lot. But how can you expand domestic tourism in the country? Because that seems to be kind of a safe bet. You're not affected by things going on in the world. If you can rely on the domestic tourism, I travel around quite a bit, and it's great. And I think that's an area where there's a lot of room for growth. So what are you doing to encourage more Filipinos to go see other parts of the country?
First of all, Ben, I think you can further support domestic tourism by booking a trip very soon to one of our beautiful island destinations across the Philippines. And I invite you all to do the same. We have many long weekends this year. Just to put an air of, you're so serious, Ben.
Well, you threw me off for a second because I'm thinking, okay, where? We've gone here, we've gone here, we've gone here. I'm like, okay, what's next?
There's so many. There's 7,641 islands to choose from. That being said, we do recognize the strength of domestic tourism as a driver of our economy. Of the over 1.7 trillion in estimated visitor receipts that tourism contributed to our country in 2022, 1.4 trillion of that came from domestic tourism. And we foresee the 100% recovery of domestic tourism this year. That means over 100 million domestic trips to be taken across our destinations. Recognizing the strength that domestic tourism has, we have, first of all, as mentioned earlier, increased and expanded connectivity, not just to our main airport, but also to our secondary airports in the country. Secondly, we have also launched our program called the Bisita Be My Guest Travel Incentive Program that provides incentives for our fellow Filipinos to invite foreign guests to come to the Philippines and visit our destinations. But this is not just limited to Filipinos living abroad, but also Filipinos living in the country. We have also realized that because of the expanse of our country, there are many Filipinos that have not yet, for example, there are many Filipinos in Manila that have not yet visited Mindanao. There are many Filipinos in Central Visayas that have not yet been to the Cordilleras. And that is why we launched last year the North Luzon Travel Expo, wherein we brought our regional offices from Central and Southern Philippines, as well as our private and public tourism stakeholders, all to Northern Luzon to allow them to get to know this part of the country, engage them in familiarization trips in our hotels, resorts, and tourism establishments so that they may be able to design tourist packages for their customers in the middle and the southern part of the country. We replicated that effort with the very first Mindanao Tourism Expo, which we held in Davao, that consolidated the 6 regions of Mindanao and provided similar exposure to our friends from Central and Northern Philippines. In a few weeks, we are conducting the Central Philippines Tourism Expo that brings in our northern stakeholders and our southern stakeholders to Central Philippines. In addition to that, as mentioned earlier, we are launching the Philippine Experience in order to reintroduce our country, not just to our foreign friends, but also to domestic tourists, to let them get to know the nuances of our provinces, cities, and municipalities by providing various heritage, culture, and arts caravans and tourism circuits that firmly focuses on the distinct culture of our destinations. With that, the modalities of the Philippine Experience would include food and gastronomy, pilgrimage and heritage, health and wellness, nature and outdoors, as well as other components of tourism that include golf tourism. And we are chasing now the formation of a domestic cruising tourism portfolio to match our already very flourishing international cruise tourism portfolio. Overall, the effort is to remind our fellow Filipinos that every time you book a trip, a flight, a land trip, a boat trip, every time you book a hotel, every time you buy a pasalubong, you help your fellow Filipino. You help a Filipino tourism worker, you help a Filipino family, you help in nation building. And with that, I'm sincerely hopeful that with the momentum for recovery that has already begun, we will have a very flourishing recovery for the tourism industry by the end of the year for domestic and the full recovery of international tourism next year.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Secretary Frasco, for presenting the sustainability goals and milestones of the DOT. May we ask you to remain on stage as we invite our CEO and Chairman, Sir Clink, and our President and Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Blanca Calilong Mercado, to present you with some tokens of our appreciation. Ben, thank you for making our first fireside chat engaging. Sir Clink and Ms. Blanca would like to present to you a plaque of appreciation, as well as a token of gratitude for gracing us with your presence. Once again, thank you, Secretary Frasco, for your time and for being our first keynote speaker. We hope to have you again soon. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you seem to already be enjoying the lunch. Bon appetit.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
Mega World Hotels and Resorts is the largest hospitality chain in the Philippines. Each of its 6 diverse brands offer a distinct personality to cater to the needs of today's savvy traveler, whatever their purpose for travel may be. With a promise of enriching the travel experiences of its guests, Mega World Hotels and Resorts celebrates a unique culture of service excellence, fueled by warm and heartfelt service that Filipinos are best known for. Committed to providing every guest with unparalleled hospitality, the brand continues to innovate, curating meaningful experiences, building relationships, and inspiring travels while offering you the joys of being home. Mega World Hotels and Resorts. Our heart, your home.
Sunsmart is an all-renewable energy company that focuses in bringing knowledge-based innovation to provide accessibility and fast-track timely delivery of last-mile clean energy, potable water, and AIoT system and solution for smart city development, making the company the first to viably prove that living off the grid is possible. We are beyond solar. We are Sunsmart.
Mondelez International, home to some of the world's favorite snacking brands. Our purpose is to empower people to snack right by offering the right snack for the right moment, made the right way. This is the purpose that guides our work. making a broader assortment of delicious, high-quality, global and local snacks that nourish life's moments and fuel our well-being. Offering a locally relevant range of snacks, from indulgent to wholesome, that are convenient, mindful, and delivered in innovative formats. Celebrating our proud heritage of makers and bakers, advancing sustainable sourcing and packaging, and obsessing over consumer-inspired quality. Together, we're making great progress to achieving our goals. We are a passionate team of makers and bakers, located all over the world, and we've got everything we need. Snacking is a great market to be in. It's a growing global trend. We've got a strong footprint in more than 150 countries around the world, including an unrivaled presence in emerging markets. We're operating in fast-growing snacking categories with strong market positions. Building on these strengths, our strategy is to create value over the long term. We're well set to lead the future of snacking.
Wilcon Depot, 45 years in construction and home improvement. A recognized leader in the industry. We bring the most extensive selection of trusted local and international brands with high-grade features and superior quality ranging from tiles, sanitary wares, plumbing, furniture, home interior, building materials, hardware, electrical, appliances, and so much more. From one store in 1977, today we have a network of over 80 stores across the country. And we are on track for our target of opening 100 stores by 2025. We are who we are because of the innovations we have brought to the industry. We redefined the shopping experience for construction and home improvement. We are known for our excellent customer service. We are bridging a strong physical store network while complementing it through leveraging technology and advancing our digitization. We are known not just for providing products, but for providing solutions. It is a legacy of dedication, hard work, and excellence. It is a mission to help people build, improve, and refine their homes for a sustainable and comfortable life. It is a testament to the men and women behind the brand. It is our deep commitment to be of service to our customers, partners, employees, shareholders, the environment, and the society we live in. It is us as a company fully embracing our responsibility of fulfilling the needs of all our stakeholders and the upholding of our values in every area of our business. It is a salute to the millions of customers, big and small, that have put their trust in our name as we help them build better spaces for better lives. Wilcon Depot, 45 years of building big ideas.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
Mega World Hotels and Resorts is the largest hospitality chain in the Philippines. Each of its 6 diverse brands offer a distinct personality to cater to the needs of today's savvy traveler, whatever their purpose for travel may be. With a promise of enriching the travel experiences of its guests, Mega World Hotels and Resorts celebrates a unique culture of service excellence, fueled by warm and heartfelt service that Filipinos are best known for. Committed to providing every guest with unparalleled hospitality, the brand continues to innovate, curating meaningful experiences, building relationships, and inspiring travels while offering you the joys of being home. Mega World Hotels and Resorts. Our heart, your home.
Sunsmart is an all-renewable energy company that focuses in bringing knowledge-based innovation to provide accessibility and fast-track timely delivery of last-mile clean energy, potable water, and AIoT system and solution for smart city development, making the company the first to viably prove that living off the grid is possible. We are beyond solar. We are Sunsmart.
Mondelez International, home to some of the world's favorite snacking brands. Our purpose is to empower people to snack right by offering the right snack for the right moment, made the right way. This is the purpose that guides our work, making a broader assortment of delicious, high-quality, global and local snacks that nourish life's moments and fuel our well-being. Offering a locally relevant range of snacks, from indulgent to wholesome, that are convenient, mindful, and delivered in innovative formats. Celebrating our proud heritage of makers and bakers, advancing sustainable sourcing and packaging, and obsessing over consumer-inspired quality. Together, we're making great progress to achieving our goals. We are a passionate team of makers and bakers, located all over the world. We've got everything we need. Snacking is a great market to be in. It's a growing global trend. We've got a strong footprint in more than 150 countries around the world, including an unrivaled presence in emerging markets. We're operating in fast-growing snacking categories with strong market positions. Building on these strengths, our strategy is to create value over the long term. We're well set to lead the future of snacking.
Wilcon Depot, 45 years in construction and home improvement. A recognized leader in the industry. We bring the most extensive selection of trusted local and international brands with high-grade features and superior quality ranging from tiles, sanitary wares, plumbing, furniture, home interior, building materials, hardware, electrical, appliances, and so much more. From one store in 1977, today we have a network of over 80 stores across the country. And we are on track for our target of opening 100 stores by 2025. We are who we are because of the innovations we have brought to the industry. We redefined the shopping experience for construction and home improvement. We are known for our excellent customer service. We are bridging a strong physical store network while complementing it through leveraging technology and advancing our digitization. We are known not just for providing products, but for providing solutions. It is a legacy of dedication, hard work, and excellence. It is a mission to help people build, improve, and refine their homes for a sustainable and comfortable life. It is a testament to the men and women behind the brand. It is our deep commitment to be of service to our customers, partners, employees, shareholders, the environment, and the society we live in. It is us as a company fully embracing our responsibility of fulfilling the needs of all our stakeholders and the upholding of our values in every area of our business. It is a salute to the millions of customers, big and small, that have put their trust in our name as we help them build better spaces for better lives. Wilcon Depot, 45 years of building big ideas.
And Resorts, and Sunsmart, in partnership with Infinivan, Mondelez, and Wilcon Depot. Thanks to partners Bello, Build Right, Sekaya, SM Store Beauty, and Universal Robina. Thanks to our venue, Admiral Hotel Manila, MGallery. Thank you, organization partners, the British Chamber, French Chamber, Cebu Chamber, Reba, DCCCI, Phoenix, the Italian Chamber, Islamic Flower Council, Nordic Chamber, CCI, the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, also to our media partners.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
Mega World Hotels and Resorts is the largest hospitality chain in the Philippines. Each of its 6 diverse brands offer a distinct personality to cater to the needs of today's savvy traveler, whatever their purpose for travel may be. With a promise of enriching the travel experiences of its guests, Mega World Hotels and Resorts celebrates a unique culture of service excellence, fueled by warm and heartfelt service that Filipinos are best known for. Committed to providing every guest with unparalleled hospitality, the brand continues to innovate, curating meaningful experiences, building relationships, and inspiring travels while offering you the joys of being home. Mega World Hotels and Resorts. Our heart, your home.
Sunsmart is an all-renewable energy company that focuses in bringing knowledge-based innovation to provide accessibility and fast-track timely delivery of last-mile clean energy, potable water, and AIoT system and solution for smart city development, making the company the first to viably prove that living off the grid is possible. We are beyond solar. We are Sunsmart.
In about 5 minutes.
We are Mondelez International, home to some of the world's favorite snacking brands. Our purpose is to empower people to snack right by offering the right snack for the right moment, made the right way. This is the purpose that guides our work, making a broader assortment of delicious, high-quality, global and local snacks that nourish life's moments and fuel our well-being. Offering a locally relevant range of snacks, from indulgent to wholesome, that are convenient, mindful, and delivered in innovative formats. Celebrating our proud heritage of makers and bakers, advancing sustainable sourcing and packaging, and obsessing over consumer-inspired quality. Together, we're making great progress to achieving our goals. We are a passionate team of makers and bakers, located all over the world. We've got everything we need. Snacking is a great market to be in. It's a growing global trend. We've got a strong footprint in more than 150 countries around the world, including an unrivaled presence in emerging markets. We're operating in fast-growing snacking categories with strong market positions. Building on these strengths, our strategy is to create value over the long term. We're well set to lead the future of snacking.
Wilcon Depot, 45 years in construction and home improvement. A recognized leader in the industry. We bring the most extensive selection of trusted local and international brands with high-grade features and superior quality ranging from tiles, sanitary wares, plumbing, furniture, home interior, building materials, hardware, electrical, appliances, and so much more. From one store in 1977 Today we have a network of over 80 stores across the country. And we are on track for our target of opening 100 stores by 2025. We are who we are because of the innovations we have brought to the industry. We redefined the shopping experience for construction and home improvement. We are known for our excellent customer service. We are bridging a strong physical store network while complementing it through leveraging technology and advancing our digitization. We are known not just for providing products, but for providing solutions. It is a legacy of dedication, hard work, and excellence. It is a mission to help people build, improve, and refine their homes for a sustainable and comfortable life. It is a testament to the men and women behind the brand. It is our deep commitment to be of service to our customers, partners, employees, shareholders, the environment, and the society we live in. It is us as a company fully embracing our responsibility of fulfilling the needs of all our stakeholders and the upholding of our values in every area of our business. It is a salute to the millions of customers, big and small, that have put their trust in our name as we help them build better spaces for better lives. Wilcon Depot, 45 years of building big ideas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second talk. Our second speaker is an investment banker, a dairy farmer, and a civic leader. He earned his master's in business administration from the De La Salle University after his Bachelor of Arts degree in economics from the University of the Philippines. He began his career as the general manager of the Rural Bank of Talavera in Nueva Ecija, and went on to become the executive vice president and general manager of Preferred Securities Corporation. He has even been Rotary International District 3780 District Governor for Rotary year 2007 to 2008. Currently, he is also the national chairman of the umbrella organization of all dairy federations and cooperatives in the Philippines. Ladies and gents, it's my honor to present Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated, or PCAFI, National President Danilo Danny Fausto. Mr. Fausto, the floor is now yours.
Well, thank you, Dafort. This is a difficult time to speak when everybody's eating. I hope you will not make my speech as a dessert. Yeah. Mr. Dante Ang, the second, the Chairman, CEO of Manila Times. Ms. Blanca Mercado, President. Mr. Ben Kritz, our moderator, and of course, our host, Mr. Villaseran. I'd like to also thank Kim for giving me that email and invitation. And to you, friends of Manila Times, good afternoon. It's already good afternoon, lunchtime, good noon. First of all, I'm honored to stand before you today in this Sustainability Forum, to shed light on some pressing topics that are critical to the future of Philippine economy and of our people. In the invitation that was sent to me, I was requested to discuss my insight out of several other subject matter about food security and agribusiness modernity in my capacity as the president of the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food. I thank the Manila Times, the news source of choice in the Philippines, for this great opportunity and privilege. My discussion will be divided into four: defining food security, overview of the Philippine agriculture industry, the challenges in agriculture and food security, and of course, the way forward and our recommendation, as has been requested by Mr. Ang. In the Philippines, like many other nations, faces the challenge of providing safe, nutritious, and sufficient food for its growing population. Climate change, land degradation, and limited natural resources present obstacles to achieving food security. However, by adopting sustainable agricultural practices, investing in research and development, and supporting small-scale farmers, we can enhance productivity and reduce environmental impacts. Collaboration across sectors, including government, private industry, and academe, is crucial to developing innovative solutions and ensuring a resilient and sustainable food system for the Philippines. Food security differs around the world, with some regions being much more prone to food insecurity due to both lack of fertile land as well as capital that could procure sufficient food through the purchasing of imports. This demand for food is steadily growing, especially in developing countries. It is likely to grow between 70 to 100% over the next 4 decades, according to Wikipedia. Much research must be done to increase the productivity of crops in order to cultivate a greater volume of food. But unless that research extends to countries characterized by poor, high-density populations, the Global Food Security Index scores, which was prepared by the Economist Intelligence Unit, are likely to decrease in coming years. In this chart, affordability, availability, and quality and safety is self-explanatory. You'll see that in the ASEAN countries, Singapore, Thailand, and Myanmar went down in terms of food security index. However, the Philippines went up by 6 notches. In 2020, we are 73 out of 113 countries. Now we are on the 67th. Sustainability and adaptation, it assesses the country's exposure to the impacts of climate change, its susceptibility to natural resource risk, and how the country is adapting to this risk. For 2022, we are second to the last among the ASEAN countries, the last being Cambodia. In 2019, report from the FAO said that the number of shocks, such as drought and flooding, rose significantly in the 21st century. Climate-induced shocks to the food system used to happen once every 12 years on average. They are now occurring about every 2.5 years. This is pushing a fragile food system into tipping points, more and more frequently leaving more people hungry and sending food prices to levels not seen before. The Philippines has enjoyed rapid economic growth in recent years. Despite impressive gains in economic growth and poverty reduction, the incidence of hunger remains high, especially among the bottom 2 income deciles, and malnutrition persists. Data from the FAO show that the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity in the Philippines averaging 43.8%. of the total population from 2019 to 2021. Most other countries in Southeast Asia fare better by this measure. In the same period, the prevalence of undernourishment was 5.2%. The Asian Development Bank has projected that the GDP for this year will be at 6%, and for 2024 will be at 6.2%. For inflation, they predicted that the 2023 will have an annual 6.2% in inflation, but it will go down by 2024 to the 4% level, which is within the target of the economic managers. In agriculture productivity and the value of production, the chart will show that we have 1.756 trillion production in value. This represents, based on my calculation, 7.88%. The agriculture is a vital component of the economy, sustaining millions of families in the countryside and providing the essential food needs of Filipinos in urban areas. Yet through the years, it has seen a steady decline in contribution to overall GDP, reflecting the dismal governance of the farm sector. Data from the Philippine Statistics Authority show that agriculture share of GDP shrank from 21.8% in 1981 to 13.3% in 2001, and to less than a tenth this year. As I said, based on my calculation, agriculture's contribution to the total GDP was down to a measly 7.88%. With agriculture, fishery, and forestry sectors recording the least contribution among the three major industries to economic growth, which is services, industries, and of course, the agriculture sector. Also on this chart, you'll see that it is projected that per capita GDP this year will be about $3,905, which is a little lower than to becoming an upper middle income. It is projected that by next year, we will be at the upper middle income level of for per capita GDP. Why I'm mentioning this? Because more than 75% of our GDP involves consumption. And being an upper middle income level per capita GDP will increase per capita consumption, the purchasing power of Filipinos. You see in the graph that in 2025 will be about $456 billion. Converted 55 to 50, that will be more than enough to reach upper middle income level, which the president has been announcing that next year will be in the upper middle income level in per capita GDP. For consumption, for the middle income population to the upper middle income, they spend about 40% of their income from whatever income they have on a monthly income, but the 30% percentile will be spending about 58 to 60% of their income. In terms of contribution to the inflation, all sectors contribute. 46% is contributed by food and non-alcoholic beverage. And for 30% and below, 58% contributes to the inflation. Last year, 2022, we have a negative 0.1% in growth for agriculture. What is telling us about in last year, we have recovered in terms of livestock or the hog sector. Before, we have a negative 17% growth. Now we have a 1.9% growth in 2022. And in the first quarter, we have a positive 2.1% all told for the agriculture sector. I hope that this will continue, barring the arrival of the El Nino and other calamities. I hope we can have this growth level, and it will increase the development of our economy with agriculture helping. Oops. This chart shows the one in yellow is the sufficiency level. Sorry. We have those in yellow. If we do not import, then you see a spike in prices. We have rice, corn, coffee, garlic, and your favorite onions. And then we have peanuts, mango, potato, and of course we have enough for chicken. Before we are not sufficient chicken, we are now sufficient chicken. Our group, the UBRA, United Broiler Racer Association, is requesting for moratorium for importation because they're oversupply in terms of chicken. We hope the chicken, we are projecting the chicken will recover by first quarter by 2024. Problem is eggs. We are still at 6 pesos retail price, which is below the farm gate price is about 4.50 below the cost. So people that's eating pork, they shifted to chicken, and those in chicken, they're now shifting to layers or eggs because eggs don't need any recado. You can just boil it or fry it. Of course, it's good with Carabao's milk, my product. So all of the green were okay, but all of the yellow, we're hoping that the Department of the Department of Agriculture will be helping importing these products. For palay, we have an increase of a decrease in 2022 of 19.7 million metric tons from a 2021 19.9, went down by about 200,000 metric tons. Why am I presenting this? Because this is the basic staple. I think you are not a Filipino if you don't eat rice. Of course, that's good. That's not good for diabetes. I have a simple calculation on our rice supply. Analyze it based on per capita consumption, 118.8 kilos per capita. Multiply it by population, 112 million. Our requirement is 13.3 million metric tons of rice. If we are to have 55% conversion of palay to rice, that's an assumption of 55% because that's what our member rice retailers and millers are saying. 55% conversion. We have about 24 million tons required for palay. Our production last year was 19.7 million metric tons. If we are to remove the wastage, the one that's used for feeds or patuka, and the use for seeds or palay seeds, we will have a net supply 17.7 million metric tons of palay. That will translate to a shortage of 6.4 million metric tons of palay for this year and 3.5 million metric tons of rice. Our requirement per day is 36,453 metric tons. The National Food Authority has 103,000 metric ton buffer stock. As of March, it is less than 3 days. If anything happens, in 3 days, you don't have rice. All right? And, but they're relying heavily on the rice that is in the households, which is composed of 60% of their estimate. And the balance is the commercial stocks. The buffer stock of 10 days, which President BBM would like to have, is he wants to import 330,000 metric tons, which is good for 9 days for NFA. But our ideal scenario is something like 90 to 100 days. We should have a buffer stock, which is about 3.6 million metric tons. Last year, we imported 3.8 million metric tons of rice, mostly from Vietnam, about almost 90% of that. But with the El Nino coming in and the salt water encroaching to the Mekong River, we might be challenged in getting those rice, and prices will go up between Vietnam and Thailand to import rice. So prices, again, will rise. Why are we saying about 100 days, 90 to 100 days? Because what we harvested today, this quarter, this first half, I estimate about 7 to 8 million metric tons of palay. That will last us until August. Until August. So we need to August or September. By September, we should be harvesting the palay that we are planting starting this June, July, August, and September. That will support us for the next last part of the year. But we need importation. So for 57 days, to make it just 60 days, we are requesting the Senate to pass a supplemental budget of 50 billion for the NFA. Because if calamities, typhoons, and El Nino comes, we need to have a buffer stock. If not, then there will be chaos. That's what we predicted. If you see on this chart, 85% of our arable land is devoted only on 4 items, four products: palay, corn, banana, and coconut. If we remove banana, we'll represent the 3 items of palay, corn, and coconut represents 81% of the total product that is being planted in our lands. We lack definitely diversification. For livestock, 80% of our livestock represent hogs. As I said, it has recovered. But before, we have 65% of our hogs is in the backyard. Now, because of the problem of biosecurity, which the small farmers cannot afford, the commercial hog raisers is now taking over, replacing the backyard piggeries. Chicken represents 68% or 69%, and eggs. These are the 3 major items in our livestock sector. In 3 years, from 2019 to 2021, we lost 6,282,000 heads of hogs because of the African swine fever. It has now recovered starting in 2022 and 2023. So from negative 17 growth, we now have about 1.9% growth for the hog sector, with the commercial sector replacing the backyard piggery. So there will be no more swill feeding. For the fisheries, aquaculture, 54% is represented by aquaculture. And the growth is 2.2% in 2022 for the fishery sector. Now, I have identified about 15 challenges in agriculture and food security. Most of these were already reported by Manila Times. We are regularly being called and interviewed by Manila Times. It's beginning with rural poverty and lack of productivity. Of course, that's self-explanatory. Government budget allocation. Thailand is about 4% of their budget to agriculture and 6% for Vietnam. We still has below 2%. in terms of allocation of the budget, even though the president is the secretary. Before, we were begging and door-to-door approaching congressmen and senators to increase the budget of the Department of Agriculture. Not that the president is the secretary, immediately it went to 164 billion from a measly 65 billion. Small fragmented farm holdings from the agrarian reform. We have a 5-hectare maximum ownership because of transfer to the offspring, to the next generation. Now it's an averaging about 1 hectare, which cannot feed a family of 5. Insufficient linkages of primary products to markets. We have tomatoes in Nueva Vizcaya and in Cordillera being thrown out, while our members canned sardines manufacturer in Zamboanga is importing tomato. You're throwing tomatoes in the Cordilleras and you're importing tomatoes in Zamboanga. It's really crazy. Lack of product diversification and value adding. I mentioned before, we only have 3 to 4 items, products being planted in our lands. Failure to exploit potential of our fisheries and aquatic resources. We are an island. We are a nation of islands. We are a marine country. And we have not exploited our fisheries and aquatic resources. That is our comparative advantage to others. Agricultural trade policy and smuggling of agri-products. This is very familiar. Agricultural smuggling usually is in misdeclaration. And I will explain later our recommendation regarding this item. Agricultural trade policy. There are non-trade barriers being imposed on our products. Our export clusters are complaining. When we export our condiments, our snacks, the foreign buyer countries are requiring our packaging to have their native language in their packaging, in their labeling. So we are now demanding that all imported products coming to the Philippines should carry the Tagalog. They should be in Tagalog. So we are just also salt. You are familiar with the problem of salt. We cannot manufacture salt without iodine. It has to be an iodized salt. But if you manufacture your product, your condiments, your noodles with salt that is not iodized, you will not be allowed in the supermarket to display that product. But if you import products from abroad with using natural salt, they are allowed inside. So we asked the FDA, why do you allow importation using natural salt and do not allow our local producers to use natural salt? Because they only implement what is in the law, the ASIN law, that all manufacturing of salt should be iodized. When you manufacture your product using iodized salt, it will not be accepted abroad because this is enhanced and they say there's chemical on it. They want natural salt. So that's basic. Innovations, modern technologies, R&D, we have not spent enough on R&D. Technology transfer and extension service. During the time of the Marcos Sr., for every 10 barangays, there is one agricultural extension officer from the DA. You have the Bureau of Agricultural Extension. These were all abolished. It was devolved to the municipality, to the LGUs. And most of these municipal agriculturists, they finished secretariat, they're a different profession. There's no transfer of technology. Most of our farmers, majority of them, did not finish elementary. How can you expect these farmers to prepare business plan, loan proposals, cash flows, balance sheet and projected income statements, pay income tax returns? They did not even finish elementary. We need extension service to help these farmers. A strategic shift from traditional farming into agribusiness. We submit that agriculture is not only production from the land. It has to go to the entire value chain, from processing distribution, logistics, packaging, and marketing. Export promotion and supply chain issues. Some of our processors are complaining it's cheaper to ship from Mindanao to Japan than shipping their product from Mindanao to NCR. Export promotion. We have a very critical issue this year, which I don't know if we're doing something about it, like what happened in our coconut oil, when there is a lobby in the United States that considered coconut oil as unhealthy. Our problem is seaweeds. There's about almost $500 million export of seaweeds. We represent about 80% of the total world seaweeds. And the seaweeds now is being boxed out in the United States as to be used as organic seaweeds. If we do not protect our seaweeds market, our seaweeds industry, the seaweeds is majority produced in the ARMM and in Zamboanga Peninsula. If these people lose their jobs because we did not protect the market of the US and Europe, then we have a big problem in Muslim Mindanao. Lack of access to cheap credit. The banks would like to pay penalties instead of lending to the farmers because of risk. Failure to implement appropriate land use plan and a local agricultural development plan. The land use plan, we need more Montulpo in the Senate to help us on this. Every time the land use plan bill is proposed in the Senate, we have a big problem. Enhancing support and coordination between national and local government units. The local government units priority in terms of the local government code, section 17, item number 1. Their primary purpose and responsibility is to develop the agricultural sector. And nobody's doing that in the LGU. Very few of them. Water security and climate change. Of course, you have the El Nino. You have less water, less precipitation of rain. We will expect less water from the dams, and the downstream lands will not be irrigated. We'll have a problem on the supply. So what are our way forward, our recommendation? I have identified 20 of them. I hope you have time. I'm given 20 minutes. I don't know if I've used my time. Rationalize agriculture budget by parity contribution to agriculture production. If we are with a 7% of GDP or 8%, we should get 8% of the budget of the national government. At least double, if not triple, the budget of DA to gradually increase to 4 to 6% at par with Thailand and Vietnam for the next 5 years. Improve the absorptive capacity of the Department of Agriculture by reorganizing the department into a well-oiled machine, inspired and motivated personnel. That is very common in Rotary clubs. We do some training on that. With appropriate professional career development and reward system for officers and employees. Regarding DA's absorptive capacity, on the cash allocation amounting to 59 billion in 2020, 9.8 billion was returned to the National Treasury because of the delayed delivery of goods, delayed submission of disbursement vouchers for payment, and non-implementation of important projects and activities. In 2021, out of the, by the way, in 2020, there's a 9.4 billion disallowance from the Commission on Audit to the Department of Agriculture. There's a 22 out of 27 billion disbursement made to the LGUs and other agencies. 22 billion was not liquidated. So 9.4 billion is disallowed by COA. And in 2021, out of 50 billion that was allocated, almost 3 billion again was returned to the National Treasury. Now they have 164 billion. if you cannot spend 50 billion, how can you spend 164 billion? We need a well-oiled organization, not a lot of chiefs with no Indians inside the Department of Agriculture. We have to revive the Presidential Assistance for Convergence, or an interagency council to coordinate the activities of the different departments. You know, agriculture involves a lot of departments, not only the Department of Agriculture. It involves DTI, DOST, DOF, which is Customs and BIR, DNR, Department of Health, which is the Bureau of Food, BIFAR, FDA, meaning the DAR, DILG, DPWH, all for agricultural productivity. We need a convergence. That's why there's an upside on the president being the Secretary of Agriculture, because he can do this. But if you have one Secretary of Agriculture, there is different turf in every department. It will be difficult to coordinate. For the pending review of the RTL, Rice Tarification Law, the Rice Tarification Law, the RCEP Fund, the Rice Competitive Enhancement Fund, they've devoted it to make machines, mechanization, which is 50%, 30% is for seeds, 10% is for credit, and 10% for technology. They've forgotten irrigation and fertilizer. How do you plant crops without water and without fertilizer? That is that was omitted in the RTL. There's a need to increase productivity of rice farming to attain self-sufficiency, being the basic and staple food. We have to use high-yielding varieties. Our average is 4.1 tons per hectare. Last month, my own farm, I harvested 11.5 tons, 3 times than what is the average. If we can do this to all, we will not have a problem on sufficiency. Because I used high-yielding varieties, and if possible, we are recommending that we implement triple cropping. You have the wet season, dry season, we can have triple cropping. And if we have triple cropping, we will have no problem with self-sufficiency. Meaning, we plant 3 times a year instead of twice a year for irrigated areas. Because it's only about 90 days for rice. You have 90 days, 3 times is 270 days. You can have your seedlings, or punla, as you call it, off-site, and plant it using the rice planters. For irrigation management should include high-value crops, and that can be with solar. I was talking to my beautiful seatmate there. Because the NIA is only for rice. We need irrigation for high-value crops, vegetables, all the things that we plant, even cacao, coffee, durian. We need irrigation for our onions, garlics, and everything. Synchronized irrigation system based on timing of planting season. I was talking to the administrator of NIA last week, and he said the water from Patabangan in Central Luzon will be coming in July. That's too late, I said, because if you plant July, you'll be harvesting September. By September, we have no more rice. We spent already the rice. We already consumed the rice. We have harvested this first half. So you have to bring in the water this June. So he agreed. Now the water will be flowing in middle of June so that we can harvest sometime August and September, the time that the one that we harvested this season already has been used up. And we will have new harvest for August and September. We need also irrigation for of course, onions. Onions, we plant onions on November. If we have El Nino, we cannot plant onions if there's no water. So, you're thinking about 700 pesos a kilo? It must be too cheap. So you order beef steak with onions for 900 pesos, without onions, 300 pesos. Provide small irrigation for off-planting season cropping. Provide irrigation for non-irrigated areas through efficient use of rainfall and irrigation water. We capture our irrigation rainwater 4%, while the rest of the other countries, they capture 60% of their rainwater. For your garden and washing your cars, please capture your rainwater from your roof. Let's conserve water for your gardens, cleaning everything that's not much, not for drinking. Let's have a capture of rainwater. Maximize use of runoff the river diversion dams, small water impoundments, pump irrigation on rivers, solar-powered irrigation system, and the use of return flow in irrigating downstream farmlands. When we irrigate from Pantabangan or Kasiknan, going down, it goes down. After irrigating, it goes back to the Sapa, the rivers, and goes to the ocean. Why don't we reverse back and bring that water back by returning that water that you irrigate, going back to conserve water? Sayang yung tubig. When you, I don't know if some of you understand this, yung pilapil, if you are having your rice to mature, papipigtasin mo yung pilapil to bring out the water, goes to the Sapa, to the swamp, and then go to the ocean. Sayang, we can impound this water, especially on the downstream, and use it again for irrigation. Nothing is being done on that effect. And for the fertilizer, balance the use of organic and inorganic fertilizer and the famous biofertilizer. Proof of concept is necessary so that farmers can use this fertilizer. But there's a need really to use organic instead of depending on imported oil-based fertilizer. There's a need. We need farm consolidation for economies of scale. Create the Bureau of Agricultural Cooperative inside the Department of Agriculture. You know, in the annual report of the CDA, we have 18,000 registered cooperative. 11,000 of them are operating and reporting. Out of 11,000 cooperative, there's barely 700 cooperatives that is involved in agriculture. Some of them are transport cooperative, tricycle cooperative, employees cooperative, teachers cooperative, but none in agricultural cooperative. And the policy and laws of government helping agriculture goes through the cooperative, but it is not existing. Cooperatives are non-existent. It's not operating. They do not comply with certificate of compliance. Do you allow farmers from the far-flung barangays to go to the urban centers to attend seminars before you can be a cooperative member? We proposed the establishment of mini agro-industrial centers in every barangay. Maliit lang yan. Small dryer. Kasi so that you don't see palay being dried up in roads, in the streets, in the highways. And you have a small rice mill and a kamalig or warehouse. That should be about 2 million all in all. That will involve, if you have your own rice mill and you have one variety and you mill it yourself, your recovery is 70%, not 55%. In that 70%, you still get the rice bran, yung patuka, and then the rice husk, which is the ipa, which you use for power generation. And also the establishment of regional food hub or trading centers in the different areas where they are located. Example for fishing villages. You can have blast freezers, cold storage facilities, small ice plants, smoke oven machine for tinapa, vacuum packing machine, so that your fish, the attitude of the traders, the fish traders, when the fisherman comes to the shore, they arrive something like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning because they fish in the evening. The traders wait for the sun to go up, because every hour the price of the fish goes down. nabibilasa. So that's how bad. But if you have their own, if they have the capacity to have their ice plant and blast freezers and cold storage facilities, refrigerated vans, then you can help the farmers to bring their produce directly from the shore, from the fish ports, directly to the market. Marketing through digital innovation, of course, you use the cell phones. Rationalize international trade policies and encourage export, not import. We have to support our export products. We have starting now durian. The problem with durian, they do not have raw materials. They do not have raw durian. So what's happening in Davao? They're cutting their cacao and putting in durian. It's crazy. We are champion in chocolate in the Europe for chocolate. Why are you cutting our cacao? Look outwards to exports by copying the best practices of our neighbors. Mangopya tayo sa ating mga kapitbahay. We support the strengthening of the anti-smuggling bill now being proposed in the Senate. We propose to return the SGS type of having correct data from the point or country of origin, just for agriculture. If you have the data from the point of origin, and then you provide advance copy of the shipping manifest, and you have the first border check, major solution for smuggling. Because smuggling, majority is misdeclaration. They cannot misdeclare if you know from the country where they're coming from the what is inside the ship when they are on the sea, and when they arrive. And of course, we also request that all cold storage facilities and warehouses be registered, so we will know what's inside and what they are holding. If they are holding, we know the data inside. Diversify our products. Yeah, I said 85% of our country's agricultural land planted with crops are occupied basically by 4 major products. Even with best farming practices, the income from these crops, with a small average holding of 1 hectare, barely suffice to support the food needs of an average family of 5. Our small farmers can earn more by planting other crops with greater value like vegetables, legumes, fruits, and even ornamentals in rotation with rice and corn. Farm produce can be further processed into various products far more valuable than raw form and create additional employment in the process. Biosecurity, of course, for livestock. We need to find a solution for our ASF vaccine like COVID. We do not have, as long as we do not have the vaccine for ASF, we will not be able to solve the problem of the hog sector, and also the bird flu vaccine. And we do not have that vaccines yet. Like in COVID, we should have perhaps para IATF, interagency task force for vaccine, not only for COVID, but for ASF and for bird flu. We have to develop our fisheries and aquatic resources. As I said, we are a marine country. We are a nation of islands. That is our comparative advantage. We're 2.2 million square kilometers of water, more than 500,000 of inland waters. We have water compared to other ASEAN countries. They do not have water. They are inland, except for Vietnam and Thailand when they have the Mekong River. But this Mekong River is slowly drying up because China is diverting the water, and there are several dams that are being put up in Laos and stop this water. And later on, they will have no water. We have water all over the place. We have to expand fish pens, fish cages, and fish ponds in our lakes, rivers, reservoir, in coastal brackish water areas, as well as sea-based aquaculture or mariculture. Improve hatchery and grow out technologies for existing species and provide investment incentives to hatcheries and broodstock farms. Do you know that 70% of our fingerlings is imported? What you eat, your bangus, More than 50% of our fingerlings is imported from Indonesia. We do not produce our fingerlings, even in shrimp, banime, our alimango. We import the fingerlings. Even our hito, we still import some of the fingerlings. 70% of our fingerlings is not produced by us. Invest in modern vessels and fishing gears to enable our commercial fishing fleet to go far deep into the waters into the EEC. Of course, with the assistance of the Philippine Coast Guard. Protect and rehabilitate our coral reefs. And stop that oil spill. Mangrove, seagrass, and algae and other soft-bottom communities, and establish more protected areas and sanctuaries where the fish may spawn, and resolutely enforce closed fishing seasons from November to February to allow immature juvenile fish to grow to marketable size. Scale up research and development on biology, breeding, fry production, nutrition, culture, and fish health for new species like crabs, sea bass, groupers, abalone. Practice precision agriculture. That means intensive agriculture. We measure our profitability based on income per hectare, not what we plant, what we do. We per square meter, how much do we earn per year on a per hectare? And enhancing productivity with the use of modern technology. Profiling farmers and farms, establishing traceability of farm produce through geotagging, real-time monitoring of crop for detection of diseases and pest attacks, estimation of crop harvest, etc., with the use of satellite data and drones to help map the farmer's field to the accuracy of 1 square data. Establish reliable and real-time data information system as provided for in the APMA law. We acknowledge the revival of the Price and Volume Watch Task Force, which we insisted being put up to determine real updated information on demand, supply, and prices. If you've been watching the congressional hearing on onions, there's different. They spend 70% of their time finding out what is the right data, the kanya-kanyang data. We should have correct data on agriculture, tillable land, and fisheries areas, weather forecasting, soil condition, agriculture registry system. The basic registry system on agriculture, basic agriculture, is in a mess. We need updating that data. You give vouchers for fertilizer subsidy to a barber, and you give voucher to somebody who's already buried in a cemetery. You still give a voucher. That is not my invention. That is in the Commission on Audit report. It's documented. So that we can plan properly and focus efforts directly to target areas for development and prevent waste of limited time and resources. We enhance coconut farming through replanting and intercropping. You have 8 meters to 10 meters for each tree. We can have canopy. Oh, sorry. One slide, just one slide. And review for credit access, let's review the operation of the Philippine Guarantee Corporation. There's 5 corporations, the Home Guarantee Corporation, Industrial Guarantee Loan Fund, Agricultural Guarantee Fund, Small Business Corporation, put into one. What happened to the access to credit? The Philippine Guarantee Corporation, who guarantees any loans to help them in the development. For housing, 179 billion as of 2021 and 184 billion in 2021. 2020, 2021. For agriculture, 2.3%. And in 2021, 2.5%. Do you know that the condominiums in BGC and in Makati is being guaranteed by the national government and nothing is guaranteed for the farmer? That is food security. We need to work for it. Farmer security is key to food security. Thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you, Philippine Agriculture Chamber President Fausto. We'll move on to our next speaker, and we'll invite you again later for the fireside chat. Our third speaker is a multi-awarded and prolific scientist, diplomat, and educator, as well as one of the leading experts in the environment, climate change, and disaster risk. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present to you Environmental and Climate Change Research and Institute President, Glenn Banaguas.
Prolific scientist and diplomat, and one of the leading experts on environment, climate change, and disaster risks. He analyzes conundrums brought about by climate change and extreme events using scientific models, data, and spatial statistics, applies participatory mechanisms, recommends science and evidence-based policy solutions, and provides resilient and sustainable programs. Climate Smart Philippines Science for Service is the program he founded in 2010, providing elucidations in reducing disaster risks and preventing potential damages and losses through scientific wide-ranging assessment, risk and impact analysis, capacity development, project management, and multilateral cooperation among actors. The Climate Smart Philippines project applies the power of multi-stakeholder
I think the video is slow. Yeah, it's really slow, so I'm not going to present that the video presentation anymore. Anyway, thank you so much for the organizers. Thank you so much for inviting me. So I'm going to make this quick. So is there a timer there? Please, let's manage the time properly for the next speakers. So I'm given only 30 minutes to present, and I'll make it quick. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm Glenn Banaguas. Yes, I'm a UN Sasakawa laureate. So I got this particular award last year. It's a global prestigious award, all right, by the United Nations, specifically for disaster risk reduction. Then I also chair the U.S. ASEAN Science Diplomat, the U.S. ASEAN Fellows for Science and Technology, and also chair the ASEAN Science Diplomats. The ASEAN Science Diplomats, these are the outstanding scientists and engineers of Southeast Asia. And the main purpose of this particular program is to train the outstanding scientists and engineers of Southeast Asia on how to communicate science to the public, at the same time, how science is going to be utilized for policy making and decision making. So that's what we do. Then I'm also part of the Geneva Center for Security Policy as Executive Fellow. So I do research programs for the European Union, for Southeast Asia. And of course, because it's for us as an Executive Fellow of the GCSP we provide security policy research programs, not only for these countries that I mentioned, but also parts of the world. Then I'm also I'm a climate diplomat. I'm sorry, I wear so many hats. I'm also a climate diplomat of the European Union Asia Expert Panel for Climate Diplomacy and Environmental Security. Anyway, what I'm going to discuss is about the Climate Smart Philippines that I founded in 2010. Okay, it covers, it's also slow, okay. It covers 81 provinces, 146 cities, 1,488 municipalities, and 42,046 barangays. And what is Climate Smart Philippines all about? It's about bringing science and policy closer to the hearts of our Filipino people. And that's what we need. If you encounter different policymakers, right, decision makers, they will tell you what they want to do, right? But they lack science, and that's what we have been advocating for the longest time. So in addressing climate change, all right, and disaster risk, it addresses in two ways, both the climate change mitigation and at the same time climate change adaptation. When we talk about, I think I have to, and can you just help me click, all right? Sorry, it's better to walk
Okay, whenever we talk about climate change, like I mentioned, it addressed in two ways: the climate change mitigation, adaptation. Mitigation, wherein we want to reduce the GHGs in the form of carbon dioxide equivalents, all right, and that's about mitigation. And adaptation is more about addressing the impacts and risks and how we're going to manage this risk. You don't just assess the risk, but you also manage them, and that's more of a climate change adaptation. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, and we use this particular framework. I promise I'm going to make this quick. All right, the TRAC, Risk Impact Policy, or the TRIP. TRAC, whenever we talk about TRAC, next slide, we talk about what happened in a certain province, city, or municipality. What happened there before? So we wanted to know the historical analysis, all right? Again, what's going to happen in the future. For example, in that particular province, is it going to experience increasing amount of rainfall? Is it going to experience increasing amount of temperature? And that is very significant for planning purposes. Now, under the climate scenarios and trends, so we use the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, global climate models. So we don't just use social models. We use the IPCC, the globally accredited models in identification or in order to determine what's going to happen in the future, both for rainfall and then temperature. Next slide. The next one is we use the risk assessment, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. It is very important to identify the risks. Since it is about climate smart Philippines, we consider different types of hazards: tropical cyclones, droughts, rain-induced landslides, drought, sea level rise, storm surge. So these are the different types of hazards. If we talk about exposure, there's a corresponding vulnerability. Every time there is hazard, right? Every time there is hazard, who are exposed to these hazards? Exposed are we guys, people. And there's a corresponding vulnerability parameter that we use. We either use the HDI, the Human Development Index, and the other one is the poverty incidence all over the Philippines. Now, Sir Glenn, what if the exposure is our assets, our building, our infrastructure? Again, there is a corresponding vulnerability parameter or factor, and we use the GDP, the gross domestic product, in terms of damages and losses. Next slide. Next slide. So this is one example that we provided to the government of the Philippines last year during the Duterte administration. Next slide. We wanted to know, remember there's a high incidence of COVID-19, and what we provided to the government of the Philippines is what is going to happen in the areas with high incidence of COVID-19 if tropical cyclone is going to make its landfall, if drought is going to happen, if flooding is going to happen. And this is our analysis. The yellow color means low risk, the orange color is your medium risk, and the red color is actually at high risk. Next slide. Now, aside from the risk assessment, you have T, you have R, we also have the I, the impact assessment. It is not enough, all right, to go and travel to these different areas, to the different provinces and municipalities. It is also important to know what really happened in those areas. You are not just validating your models, but you are also talking to the people, all right, the actual experiences. So we use this, the TRI, the impact model, the impact chain analysis, wherein we consider the biophysical, the socioeconomic assessment, and we added the two more assessments, the psychological impact, and the other one is religiosity and spirituality. Why psychological impact? We wanted to know the level of stress, the trauma, the depression, that the people who are affected by different disasters, you know, what really happened to them. And in terms of religiosity and spirituality, why do we need to include religion? In 2013, when Super Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda made its landfall, we visited the areas, right, that were devastated by this STI Category 5, 246 kilometer per hour super typhoon. And you know what they said? Sir Glenn, we followed, all right, what was told us. We followed the policy. We went to evacuation centers. But you know what? The evacuation centers actually is at high risk. People died. And when we talked to them, you know what they said? The reason why they were able to survive was because of their faith. All right? And that's the reason why we kept on integrating faith, religiosity, and spirituality as part of a resilient armor of our Filipino people. Next slide. Next. Now, P, we want to make sure, all right, we want to make sure that the programs and projects that are being implemented in the areas are aligned to the international and national frameworks. International, for example, the UNDRR, the Sendai Framework, you have the UNFCCC, and of course, if they are actually aligned to our National Climate Change Action Plan, or NCCAP, wherein we consider the 7 priority areas: the food security, sustainable energy, water sufficiency, number 4, human security, number 5, climate smart and disaster resilient infrastructure, number 6, the knowledge management capacity building, and number 7, we talk about the ecological environmental stability or the biodiversity. Next slide. So how did we apply TRIP? We're going to make it quick. Where did we partner and how did we apply this track risk impact policy program to different municipalities and provinces all around the Philippines? Next slide. Okay, next. We also have the mitigation. Next slide. Mitigation, we calculate, we estimate the different GHGs, greenhouse gas in the form of carbon dioxide equivalents from the different sources. Again, we use the UN tools to estimate them. So not just the tools from any other organization, because we want to make sure that they are globally accepted tools. Assessment, the roadmap, and then the strategies. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Next. Why is it so? Matagal ba talaga? Next. 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 Ayaw. So what did we do? Next slide. Yes, next slide. Yeah, that's it now. So we partnered with Mindanao Development Authority. That was in 2016 when Secretary Lonto was still alive. All right. And part of the partnership is to bring the food, energy, water nexus system all around that particular region. That's more of a training and capacity building with the different stakeholders in the region of Mindanao. Next slide. Then we went to Davao. Just click na lang. Davao City. This is Climate Smart Mindanao. Sultan Kudarat Province. Delayed, yeah, it's delayed. I'm sorry, it's delayed. Delayed talaga, no? Next. Cagayan de Oro. Yes, we have been traveling all around the Philippines. Now, in Mindanao, you were able to establish a very strong network with MINDA, with the ILG, with CHED, because we also tapped the Commission on Higher Education, the universities and colleges, simply because that I cannot travel all the time. And part of the training of trainers is to train the universities and colleges to train their own localities, all right? And that's part of our training program. Next. Then we also have BARM, the Bangsamoro, and I'm also in charge of the climate security program of the Bangsamoro region. So we also partner with BARM. So, sige, next slide. Let's just go to the last slide. Medyo last slides na. So we'll just share you the slides na lang. Yeah, next. Yeah, Luzon, from Batanes, lahat. Okay, next. Then we also, maybe you think, you only partner with the LGUs. Actually, it's not just the provincial government. We partner with the local government units. We also partner with the civil society organizations, NGOs, plus the community of farmers, fisher folks, indigenous people, the youth, the women, the church leaders. Then we also trained the academe. Next. And then for the private sector, yes, we partner with SM, with Sir HTS, Sir Hans, and with the Philippine Chamber of Commerce. Next slide. Then, what's next? Next. So, this is PACU, the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities. Like what I mentioned, and this happened last year. Like what I mentioned, we want to tap the different universities and colleges in the Philippines. That's why we partner with them. And the partnership is not just to manage, it's not just about climate change adaptation, but that also includes the estimation of your greenhouse gas in the form of carbon dioxide equivalents. Next. Then, in Mindanao, we renewed our partnership. All right, we renewed our partnership with Secretary Acosta, with Belen Acosta. Next. Then with the Bangsamoro. All All right, if you have some project in Bangsamoro, you may want to contact us. Then we will help you on how to penetrate the Bangsamoro region or the BARM. Next. Then we also partner with ULAP. If you are familiar with ULAP, ULAP is the Union Leagues Authority of the Philippines. It is composed of the League of Governors, League of Vice Governors, League of Mayors, League of Vice Mayors. Philippine Councilors League, the National Movement of Young Legislators. We partner with ULAP because part of our commitment with Dax Kua, the president, the Quirino Province Governor, and the president of ULAP is to estimate the GHGs of the entire Philippines. Next slide. And we want Quirino, because he's the governor at the same time he's the president of ULAP, he wants Quirino Province to be the first one, to be the first province to estimate GHGs and to come up with a roadmap for the net zero emissions. Next. And of course, in the private sector with Philippine Airlines. Yes, I am the advisor and consultant of Philippine Airlines in the Resilience and Sustainability Program. So we're done with the assessment, and by July, we're going to implement the programs, and we call that particular program as the RISE Philippine Airlines. Next slide. Yeah, with Stan. Yeah, he's a good friend. Okay. When I wrote an article, and that's published by the Harvard Veritas column, Harvard Veritas, and by the Manila Times. It's entitled PAL Leads Resilient, Inclusive, Sustainable, and Enculturated Philippine Airlines or Aviation Industry. So you may want to Google it and you may want to read that particular article. This is all about the program that we're going to implement for the next few years. Next slide. Last 2 minutes. How many minutes? 2 minutes, right? So this is the program, the RISE Philippine Airlines for Resilience and Sustainability. R stands for resilience, I stands for inclusivity, S stands for sustainability, and E stands for enculturation. All right, next. And this is the vision. Next slide. So this is the trust of that particular program for Philippine Airlines. And there will be projects, and expect that we're going to engage more stakeholders in the implementation of our programs and projects of PAL. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Science Diplomat Glenn Banaguas. May I invite you to answer some questions from... Okay. I think Ben Kritz has a few ones that he'd like to ask you to field. May we also ask Philippine Agriculture Chamber, Fausto, to answer some of the questions that Ben might have.
Sorry, Ben. Sorry, Ben.
So I guess you'll have fewer questions this time, Ben.
Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, everybody's got a lot to do. But I'll ask you a question that also relates to Mr. Fausto's presentation. In all of the outreach and partnerships that you've done, food. That's the first word in their food, energy, water nexus. So to what degree have you been able to coordinate with the DA, the BPI, individual farmers groups, et cetera, on climate management?
Yes, it's about the food, energy, water nexus system. If you believe, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have the accounting of all these resources, both for the farming and of course for the fishery sector, they don't have. So they may provide you the different species, but if we talk about the GHGs, we don't have. The food, energy, water nexus system is not just about the resources, not just about the accounting, but we also we're looking at the nexus of it, the relationship. For instance, if food the food sector is devastated, how are you going to maintain the equilibrium of your energy and of course water? So what will happen to the food, energy, water nexus system? And that's what we're the kind of program that we provide, all right? And we started that in Mindanao. So for example, what if the energy system is affected? how will it affect the equilibrium or the balance of food and then water? The same thing with water. So it's a kind of a system that we provide. It's a decision tool that will help our local government units to understand. It's more of a scenario thing, to understand what they're going to do if one particular sector is ruined or devastated by a certain hazard.
Okay.
Did I answer? Did I answer your question?
That's fine. Okay. And just one thing, real quick. You know, a lot of the work you do is in estimating GHG emissions.
Both. Estimation of GHGs, carbon, not only because we want Philippine Airlines to be the global leader in the aviation industry. That's why we're doing it as early as now. So there's no particular airlines in Southeast Asia that has come up with that kind of assessment. That's why we did the assessment and we're done, and the implementation program will start in July. That's for the aviation sector. Now for the other one is adaptation, like what I mentioned. It's more of assessment of the risk, or risk assessment at the same time you manage the risk. And of course, the most important is how you're going to communicate it with a lot of people. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And I think you need to take off, and I have a lot of questions for you.
Thank you.
So.
Oh, thank you so much. My apologies,
Thank you,
everyone.
Glenn.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry for the time. Let me sit here so that I can see you.
May we invite Ms. Blanca to come up on stage to present our tokens? Yes, please. We're grateful for your help to future-proof the economy and the country. Thank you again, Glenn and Danny.
Okay. All right. Now my questions are kind of all over the place, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm jumping around a lot. But let's talk about what seems to be the most imminent problem first. First of all, we have what is so far the biggest typhoon of the season headed our way, although it doesn't look like it's going to hit us directly. That's obviously going to have an impact. And then after that sometime, we're going to feel the full effects of the El Nino, which World Meteorological Association, or organization, not association, WMO, is telling us is going to be one of the strongest ones in a long time and might actually last for a couple of seasons. So what immediate steps can you help the agriculture sector, farmers take to deal with what's coming in like the next few weeks and months?
Thank you for the question. Well, the El Nino is bound to happen. So we expect rain precipitation to be lower than expected, the average. So we're expecting less water from the dams. And when there's less water from the dams, they will give priority to the residential areas rather than agriculture. So we will have less food. So the idea, we have recommended to NIA, National Irrigation Administration, to have impounding waters. And even the rivers, the run of the surface rivers, might might be lacking in water because it's critical in the last quarter, because during the last quarter is when we plant vegetables, onions in particular. And we harvest onions on February, March, and April. So if we cannot plant onions because of lack of water, then we will have a problem on onions and all other vegetables for that matter. Impounding water and using varieties of seedlings that will use less water. I think the rice, they're trying to speed up the invention of having rice seeds, varieties that will use less water. While typhoon and floods, because El Nino is always, floods always with drought. It goes together. Some areas will have a lot of water, some areas will have no water. We need to conserve water. For ourselves, we need to save on water. Water management, save on water, whatever irrigation water that we use in the upstream, we need to conserve it, flow it back so that we can use it to the downstream. If not, then we will have no water in the downstream farmlands. That will be a problem.
Okay, well, I have a follow-up question on that. Part of the problem with recycling irrigation water is a lot of that water is going to be contaminated with chemical fertilizer. So what do you do about that?
For me, if there is fertilizer, you will save on fertilizer with your fertilizer plants. That's just kidding. But anyway, there must be a process where we can clean that water, and that's part of the innovation. And the OST should come up with such invention. Even salt water, we can use it for drinking water with desalination, and perhaps dust area can also be used for those that are contaminated with fertilizer and insecticides. Mm-hmm. So that's and now you're the farmer, so maybe you can shed some more light on this. But as I understand it, even organic fertilizers will put a lot of chemical organic compounds into the water that are not necessarily the same thing when you recycle it back. The organic fertilizer is different. It enriches the land. It reduces the acidity of the land. And that's why in our case, we put in the organic before we start plowing the land and preparing the land. And if we have organic fertilizer. So I am on the ground, I plant, and I can use that. Even on the rivers, sometimes some of the rivers are also polluted. You never know where it came from upstream. Put more fingerlings, overcrowd the fish pens because of less water. They represent 54% of the fishery sector. So that will be affected. Not much on the crops, but more on the fishery sector and on the livestock. In our case, our livestock, for example, cows and buffaloes, they drink a lot of water. 80% of their body is water. And we cannot plant forage if we do not have water, and there's nothing for. And in the grazing area, it's drought. There's no grass because there's no water, there's no rain. So that is the effect of that on the livestock sector.
Thank you very much for answering all the questions, Philippine Agriculture Chamber President. But I'm afraid we'll have to move on to the next part of the. But thank you again for all your recommendations for food sustainability. Thank you, Ben. We'll have one more fireside chat after our next speakers. So our fourth speaker wears many important hats. One of them as the Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Wilcon Depot. She is also the founding director for the PropTech Consortium of the Philippines, a board member of the Philippine Women's Business Council, and the chairman of Trade for the Committee of Trade and Industry of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She has won the International Women's Entrepreneurial Challenge Award in 2018 and has been hailed as the Iron Lady of the Philippine construction industry. So ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please, for Philippine Retailers Association President, Rosemarie Rose Bosch-Ong.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you still have the sense to listen to my talk. I'm going to make it brief, and I hope everybody will listen. I'm glad that you're still here waiting for my, my presentation. Anyway, good afternoon, and of course, thank you to Manila Times for, again, inviting me to be one of your speakers, and congratulations to your multisectoral sustainability forum, where we will be discussing some of the most pressing issues in retail. Of course, especially now that everybody's talking about circular economy, So before I start, let me give you a brief background on what PRA is, the Philippine Retailers Association, not the Philippine Retirement, no. So the Philippine Retailers Association is the national organization of retailers, no? So we represent nearly 80% of the retailers in the country. Most of the major players, we have here from SM, of course, SM Supermalls, SM Department Store, Ms. Cathy Eleto. I was just discussing with her, they're very heavy on sustainability. We also have Robinsons as our member, and you will see all the different retailers in all these malls, no? Ayala Malls, Araneta Center, Bench, of course, multi-brands, no? There are companies that have multi-brands, Mercury Drug, Pen Shop, Alpha Mart, and of course, Wilcon Depot. We are the pulse and the voice of retail by representing the industry in different agencies. I see here the major industries in the country, the biggest national organization of business in the country, headed by Ms. Bing Lim Hoco, PCCI chair, and of course, earlier our speaker from the Agri, he talked about agris, also with PCCI. Many of our friends in PCCI are here, PropTech Philippines, and of course, the movers and shakers of different industries. No, so we represent, retail, not only with the allied industries, with all these different agencies, but also in government meetings and hearings, and of course, the proposed bills that is related, that is very relevant to retail. Today, I will talk about what sustainability means for retail and how we're incorporating sustainability practices to benefit our businesses and, of course, the wider community. I'll be sharing with you specifically the challenges that we've been facing, the best practices, and how these efforts would help boost the Philippine economy. So let's dive in now. Sustainability is not just a buzzword. I'm sure all of you will agree, no? But it's a very vital aspect in our business. It means operating in a way that meets the present needs and at the same time, safeguarding the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. So the present and the future, if you've listened to our Secretary of Tourism earlier, she was talking about, more than talking about the future needs, let's talk about what the present needs are, no? So this means minimizing the impact on the environment, ensuring the well-being of the workers. Of course, it's not just about, protecting the environment, but also the workers and the communities and supporting sustainable economic growth. A report by Ellen MacArthur Foundation titled Completing the Picture, How the Circular Economy Tackles Climate Change, it shows that global carbon emission is really one of the biggest problems that we're facing, resulting from the production of the goods and services and responsible for around 45%. Of course, carbon emission is not just about, the mobility, the transportation, and all this, but basically also how we produce goods and services. And it says that the retail accounts for 45% of the total greenhouse gas emissions, with the retail industry accounting to approximately 10% of this. And this is very, very alarming. This highlights the urgent need for us retailers to prioritize sustainability in their business practices more than ever. So, next slide. So as you can see here, the this is really very a critical role that retail has to face. No, the global carbon emission. Many retailers now are taking sustainability seriously because of this, and of course, as I've mentioned, they're incorporating sustainability practices in their operation. This includes, of course, the reduce of carbon emission. Earlier, I was talking to Kathy. No, she was sharing with me their sustainability practices, like they're collecting rainwaters. No, and for Wilcon later on, I will share with you what we're doing on how to be more efficient in the usage of energy. No, we have our solar panels. No. And then, of course, one of the things also, because, when you talk about retail, it's about trade. It's about buying and selling products, no? So sourcing is a very important way also of applying sustainable practices, no? Sourcing from sustainable suppliers, no? When you talk about sustainable suppliers, it's not just about labor practice. It's not just about, it's also about using raw materials from reusable or reusable materials or raw materials, no? And of course, looking for many ways how to minimize the wastage, no? Of course, like for example, when we talk about packaging, no? It has to be eco-friendly, and then lesser use of plastic and all of these, no? So all these different options for sustainable initiatives, no? We retailers are also exploring sustainable strategies by partnering with suppliers, no, that use sustainable practices in order, of course, to minimize the impact to the environment. In addition to our internal efforts, some retailers are also taking steps, no, not only within the company, but also encouraging customers to practice sustainable practices. Like, of course, we conduct like promotions, campaigns, no? Like we give incentive, we incentivize our customers for them to be able to practice like for example, if they have plastic, like the packaging, there's some products that we cannot really refrain from not using plastics, no? So they can return it to the stores, and then the stores would provide them incentives so that the stores will be the one to recycle all this plastics. No? So many ways, not just internally, not just for the company, but basically the customers themselves. No? So we also promote retail-friendly products. No? Like for example, in retail, we promote eco-friendly products. No? So we properly label it in our stores, and then so that the customers will be aware that, all these eco-friendly products, it's not just, helping the environment, but basically also helping the economy, no? It's like a circular, effect on everybody, So aside from offering incentives, creating awareness campaigns, we also encourage them to do responsible consumption, no? So as I mentioned earlier, we talk about the practices. Now we talk about the challenges. What are the challenges that retail is facing? No? So there's so many sustainability challenges that we're facing. You can see there one of the biggest challenges that we're facing now is, of course, we are all guilty of this, no? Because we are all patronizing fast fashion. No? When you talk about fast fashion, it refers to production of low-cost, trendy clothing. And of course, the impact to that is that when you talk about fast fashion, it is quickly replaced, no? So you produce more. So fast fashion has this very significant environmental impact due to the amount of waste and of course the pollution it creates. The pollution from the production and the waste from, replacing it, no? So according to the report again by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the equivalent of one garbage truck of textile is landfilled or burned by every second. Can you imagine that? The burning of it alone produces carbon emissions. And of course, the landfill, no? If you're aware of the, the what do you call this? Yung waste, solid waste management, diba? They say that the government wants to eliminate the landfills already, and that's going to be a problem for all of us if we don't know how to segregate, how to, manage our waste, no? So another challenge that retail is facing is the reliance on sustainable supply chain. So meaning this can lead to worker exploitation, right? And environmental degradation at the same time, particularly in some developing countries, no? Where labor laws and of course environmental regulations are not that strong. They're very weak, no? Especially developing countries, no? So again, the COVID-19, let's go back to COVID-19, how it impacted all of us, no? It highlighted the need for transparency and also for resilience, no? Because of that. So finally, food waste. Our earlier speaker talked about agriculture, no, the production and all this, no. Food waste is also a major challenge and a major problem in the retail industry. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, all over the world, 1/3 of the food produced in the world for human consumption is lost or wasted. Can you imagine? There's so many people hungry, but then 1/3 of the production is being wasted, no? So in the retail industry, this can occur at every stage of the supply chain, from production to the distribution to the consumer. So, next slide, please. Despite these challenges, there's still many sustainable practices that the retail sector can adopt. For example, retailers can switch to renewable energy sources to reduce their carbon footprints. I will talk about it later. Then they can also promote sourcing practices by working with suppliers who prioritize sustainability and ethical labor practices. Additionally, retailers can also reduce by implementing recycling programs, offering customers more sustainable package options, and minimizing food waste through better environment management. And of course, donation programs. No, I think McDonald's, one of our members also, they donate the excesses, the food excesses that they encounter every day. I think they donate it to the Philippine Red Cross. No, so by taking these steps, retailers can make significant impact on reducing their environmental footprint and promoting sustainability in the retail industry. Okay, now let's talk about continue to build big ideas. That's our tagline, no? Our sustainability framework recognizes the importance of developing innovative and sustainable products. No, let's start with developing innovative and sustainable products. We prioritize it in our business operations, no, in order to meet the needs, and constantly we always try to find ways, research on what are the products that we should offer, eco-friendly materials, eco-friendly products that are made in an environmentally responsible manner. Okay? And then, of course, the supply chain management. That's very important. The supply chain and engagement are also implemented by working collaboratively with our suppliers, and of course, pre-arranged support while ensuring corporate sustainability. We also take care of our people and the communities. No? We believe in taking care of our people. We believe in taking care of the communities where we work on and work with. We strive to ensure that our employees are given the proper training because we have a very strong training and development program. I'd like to share with you that our company's policy is that we promote majority of our managers, they're in that other table, from the store managers, the store VPs and AVPs, no, they're all fresh from the farm. So they're all, I would say, are proud to say that 99%, except for some functions, like for example, investor relations when we got listed, no, so we have to hire from outside, but everybody is fresh from the farm, fresh from college, and then they rise from the ranks, no. So we always try to, nurture them, develop them, and of course, we have a workplace culture that ensures, labor rights and of course, the health and wellness of everybody is respected. No? So as a responsible retailer, Wilcon is committed to reducing environmental impact by managing our energy use and emissions, which include energy saving measures in all our operations. No? It is also embedded in our, sustainability through our business operations that we integrate good governance as well. That's very important. Good governance practices, corporate governance practices, and the policies that we apply and adopt. Okay, next. Like other big format retailers, Wilcon stores have intense, energy requirements. Of course, we have to make the shopping experience of our customers, very comfortable and very easy, diba? So, majority, of course, all the stores are air conditioned. Syempre, para, it's nice because it's very hot in the Philippines, no? So we have started rolling out our solar power solutions in 2016. Into most of our branches. I would say 47 out of our 86 branches are, solar are solar paneled. I mean, the rooftops are all solar panels. But of course, some of the old buildings that are not fit to have solar, panels, we cannot, no. But we see this opportunity to reduce the carbon footprint and significantly, of course, help us reduce our energy costs, no. So, aligning our strategies. Next slide. Aligning our strategies and, of course, our operational goals by continuously going greener, we also continue to roll out our solar power project. Our target is to have, for this year, 15 more stores for installation of solar power systems in 2023. So from 47, which is about 55% or 56% of the stores that we have, we're going to add more 15 stores, no? So the power generated from these additional installations will result into a corresponding increase in energy consumption from renewable sources, diba? Not from the grid itself, diba? Which is equivalent to a reduction in electricity consumption and restraining more greenhouse gas emissions. Everyone may agree, okay? Everyone may agree with me on this. It's very hot here in the country, right? It's very hot here in the Philippines, especially during this season. So normally, as a retailer, our go-to solution is to increase the volume of our aircon, di ba? Yung air conditioning system natin, we want to make it high. So however, air conditioning systems use a large of energy, which emits more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Okay, so at excessive levels, this greenhouse gas can trap heat near the planet's surface and contribute, of course, to global warming. That's what we've been experiencing now. It says that every year daw the index is additional 1. Can you imagine? Baka by year 2050, 2030, sobrang init na sa Philippines, no? So at Wilcon, what we do, aside from the solar panels that I've mentioned to you, we use high-volume, low-speed fans to minimize the use of air conditioning, while still making the branches comfortable for our customers. And of course, the path to purchase is very, easy and, as I've said, comfortable, and the experience is different. No? At the same time, our stores are also designed to bring in much natural lighting. No? Like we have these glass panels on the roof, no? Wherein in the daytime, you don't need to put on or to turn on more of the lights, no? So it produces natural light. And also we use forklifts that are, used like the EV, electric vehicles. These ones, they're operated by batteries. They run on batteries, not on diesel, no? So that's one of the sustainable efforts that we're doing, no? As a retailer, it is true that choosing sustainability doesn't have to be costly. It's really more on the practical side. No, in fact, there's benefit into it. No, there's initial investment, but there's benefit into it. No, and of course, as customers are becoming more conscious about the impacts of their lifestyle, Wilcon has been steadily expanding the greener products it offers on its shelves to address this demand. No, in our continuing mission to help our customers build, improve, and renovate their homes in a comfortable and sustainable life, we crafted a revised sustainability framework, having product of quality and safety as one of the pillars. Currently, we offer home products and solutions that conforms to energy and environmental design factors, such as, of course, durability, not like the fast fashion that I've mentioned, easily recyclable, or reusable, free of toxic materials, from the chemicals that we sell, to the woods that we sell coming from, planted species, to the water closets that we sell that saves water, and the lights that we sell that saves power, no? So all of these energy efficient, zero or low emissions, toxic chemicals manufactured in a low polluted process, and of course, low maintenance, no? For example, as I mentioned, we have this two flushing system of water closet, like, there's 2-liter and 4-liter plus. Before it's like 3 and 6 liter, now it's 2 and 4-liter plus, no? So we also have this what do you call this, yung appliances na with inverters, no? So we understand the importance of using recyclable materials in our products. That's why we carry items that up to 98% recycled materials, no? By choosing these products, customers can help reduce waste and support a circular economy. We've been hearing that circular economy because the impact to one will impact everybody. It's like a domino effect, no? So where materials are recycled, reused, and instead of being disposed in the landfills. Because soon, if the government's really very serious on their Solid Management Act, there will be no more landfills. We don't have a place where we can throw our garbage or our waste, no? So by choosing these products, customer can help reduce waste, support our circular economy where materials are used and recycled. No. On the other hand, our operations also generated lower recyclable materials as we continue to introduce efficiency improvement in our processes. No. To sum it up, last slide na yata. Wilcon Depot Sustainability Framework is based on a holistic approach that takes account on the impact to the environment, on the supply chain and the communities, as well as our commitment to ethical business practices. You saw in the framework, no? So it's about people, the community, the products that we sell, and of course, corporate governance and ethical practices. We recognize the importance of managing our operations in a responsible and sustainable manner. Because, you know, staying long in the business, creating more jobs, that's a sustainable practice. You know, the life of the business, if you live longer, you know, the business thrives longer, definitely it's very sustainable because it helps not just the present, but of course the future generations. No? So our commitment to sustainability goes beyond business. We make sure to take care of our environment through responsible sourcing and of course all the different practices that I'd mentioned. To be able to continuously translate our social responsibility in improving the environmental impact in our communities is, of course, one of the mission and vision of the mandate of our company. No? But being recognized is another. So let me share with you that last 2022, although it's not, I don't know if Blanca would be happy to share with everybody that we were awarded, no? By Manila Bulletin. I think Cathy was there also, remember? You gave a speech also, yung impromptu speech. Yeah, we both received an award also. That time, SM and Wilcon received an award. I don't know if my friend, my BFF will be happy. We received an award beyond green sustainability recognition. Yeah. Manila Bulletin yun, di ba? So as a retailer, we are here to help our customers make a positive impact on the environment, but still achieving, of course, home improvement goals. No? So still building big ideas for your homes. In conclusion, sustainability is a very critical issue for the retail industry and for all the retail operators in the country. By adopting all of these, retailers can, of course, reduce the environmental impact, and all these practices can help the government also and can help the economy grow. Ultimately, by promoting this in the retail sector, it's not just the right thing to do, but it's also economically viable strategy. All retailers should strive to adopt sustainable practices to ensure a better future for our planet and, of course, for our economy. Thank you, and mabuhay tayong lahat. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Thank you for sharing your extensive retail solutions. Yes. Thank you, PRA President Ong. We'll proceed to our next speaker. Our fifth speaker is the youngest Jose Rizal Paman awardee. Most Inspirational Business Entrepreneur Leader, a once-in-a-decade honorary award given by the Philippine Forbes Business Society. Now, in March 2021, her company won in the Global Arena of Asia Corporate Excellence Sustainability in Malaysia for Most Promising SME and for Asia Corporate Excellence Sustainability Business Leader. And in January 2022, she was one of the privileged chosen few key inspirational women speakers for the Philippines for World Humanitarian Drive in London for Climate Change. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sunsmart Solar Power Technologies Incorporated co-founder and president, Jenny Lynn Maaño-Ngai.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe this discussion or forum, I would like to make it more productive from the topic of the Department of Tourism as we forecast a very promising future of highlighting Philippines as the tourist capital of Asia, to the next problem of agriculture, not just on food security, but even on scarcity, on having infrastructure development on such area, that the discussion of climate change, wherein it is not just on mitigation, but as well as, I agree, it's on adaptation. And from the retail side, wherein there will be solutions thereat, wherein each and every Filipino can be able to adopt, I believe the core herein is development. So the development, indeed, is one of the key core features of the coming in of the renewable energy. Except this is where our company partakes, wherein we are defined on catering climate change resilient solutions, or what we call as CRRT. So Sunsmart, we are actually a renewable energy company that focuses not just on solar, but on hybridization of the solar energy side by side with other renewable source of power. Divided now by 7,640 islands, more or less, as per Secretary Cristina, as mentioned earlier, I would believe that 80% of the areas in our country are the islands, wherein these rural areas is the core, wherein in every Filipino, every area that we have to serve is actually where we need to provide this kind of solution. So for Sunsmart, we are actually a very innovative solar power company wherein our modality is actually entering into partnership with our local government units, together also with other participating private sectors, to be able to provide and invest our equipment, our system and solution as one, so that development can be much faster to deploy. So on most solar power companies that rely on a single source of power, Sunsmart is actually having two main features. So number one, that is the ability to actually hybridize with other source of power, either renewable or non-renewable. And the second thing is to make it smart. Again, divided by several islands in the country, monitoring these systems from one island to another, from one sitio to one barangay to one municipality, hybridization, and to make it smart, to be able to monitor it remotely is very essential for our technology. Next slide. Next slide. Our company is actually a direct-to-manufacturing company. As mentioned, we provide our equipment as part of our investment. We are a direct-to-EPC or state-owned enterprise development company from China, and in partnership with TAR of Abnon Holdings AIoT for our value-added service technology. So meaning our system does not rely on the hardware. We have software that actually makes it future-proof to be able to actually adopt not only to what is now, but even in the future. Next slide. We will be highlighting our mission, our vision, and also our target areas. So as a solar power company, we are actually more of in the mission to actually innovate, to provide and build more self-generating, smart, and actually decentralized energy systems and solutions in the country. So when we say decentralized, when we think about solar, we usually put that in one area and distribute the power. But here, Sunsmart is actually on the positioning of having the ability to have your own power generation source, regardless of whatever space is available, because our system is actually integrated, decentralized, independent. You can be able to scale it up, not just from the now, but even in the future. Adaptable in culture, adapted to nature, from the most urbanized city to the most far-flung island in the country. So as mentioned earlier by our Department of Tourism Secretary, if you would like to really future-proof, wherein tourism is actually one of the key vital component of economics of every LGU, I would say that solutions in infrastructure development, wherein power is a key role, is very essential. Because without power, there will be no clean drinking water. We cannot even convert the water needed for the farmers from this filtration system or even nearby the sea. There will be no connectivity, no access to cold storage, so on and so forth. And we cannot always extend our transmission line. So the vision of Sunsmart, our positioning in the country, is to actually to live and create sustainable communities off the grid. Our technology means off the grid. We do not need transmission line. we can be able to decentralize our integrated solar power system from one area to another. So the target areas of Sunsmart, since we started in the Philippines doing an extensive research and development with participating countries that we are actually working together with, we were able to actually cater on the rural areas of the country wherein the problem in power is not just accessibility, but expensive, scarce, or even totally zero-grid areas. This is now the same problem that we're facing as we are actually to enter more energy crunch or actually scarcity, rising costs of electricity due to the cost of diesel as well, that we cannot always rely to diesel generators. So in simple terms, we would say that we are providing and actually transforming the solution of having this kind of diesel generators to solar generators. So on typical solar power companies, they only have one type of a solution. But with Sunsmart, since we are a decentralized energy market, we cater of actually providing an all-in-one solution ranging either from the scale of small scale, medium scale, large scale, up to infinite source of power supply, or at the same time, integrate resiliency and sustainability because we are a disaster risk country. So we put up our solar street lights and smart solar street lighting system as a main component of climate change resiliency, making it as now the monitoring component, let's say for every LGU, to be able to foresee calamities, accidents, crimes, and so on and so forth. So the local government units, I would say, are the main participant, are most of our partakers on this kind of project. Next slide. So we will be highlighting mainly today, as we tackle more on sustainability, the type of system that we have, like I mentioned, like for the Department of Agriculture side, I would say even on the Department of Tourism, wherein we would like to create the employment, we would like to actually provide livelihood to the people to enhance the skills regardless of what type of education they are at. I believe, like what Sir Glenn has mentioned earlier, it is not just mitigation on climate change that we need to understand, but we really need to understand adaptation. There may be other source or other components for solution to be able to actually provide this kind of solutions. However, we need to adapt not just to what is now, but we need to actually learn to adapt to what is the future is actually bringing, because it is true that climate change is now at one of our uprising crises that we have to face. So our system, as you can see here, is an integrated solar micro-utility station. So the solar PV panel, the utility itself is already integrated as one. It comes either in a container type, wherein it can provide clean source of power, clean drinking water. It can be filtrated or desalinated. It can also provide filtered ice or edible ice, cold storage, charging station for the EV, and also Wi-Fi or connectivity, because our system has EMS or Energy Management System or SCADA. Our iPower Cube will be something that is actually very promising to put in most of the agricultural sector or far-flung area or the tourism area, that it will become the main source of power from one sitio or each barangay or even just one area to another. So to see how it actually works, we can play the video. one area to another to be able to actually provide this kind of utility that most of these kind of areas will actually need, so that we can easily provide timely accessibility and solutions to the people, not just on the side of power, but mostly it is through the access to clean drinking water. So from our system, either this is medium scale from 20 kilowatt to at least up to 30 kilowatt, we can be able to actually upscale our technology anything from a size of this Power Cubes micro utility station to smart mini grids, wherein the scale of the power is anything from 30 kilowatt even up to 2 megawatts, without the need of having too many solar PV panels, because our system is hybridized by energy storage system. So aside from this kind of solution, since we are the one, we will be putting this in a manner of actually like an independent or own use power generation system that will give accessibility either to every individual, every entity, either even local electric cooperatives or local government unit. This will now become their main source of power. That's the reason why we enter to them having their decentralized own-use power generation facilities for green energy efficiency and environmental conservation plan. So from our systems of having the micro-utility station to the iPower Cube, as well as providing our solar street lighting system, the system of Sunsmart provide this kind of technology wherein this is not just beyond on providing the lighting, just not on the road, but even on the power for all these communities, and also as well as providing them monitoring for AIoT, as we are embedded with sensors. AIoT sensors wherein our solar street lights does not rely on the solar PV panel, but we have also the wind turbine, we have the battery, and embed there at our CCTV camera, our lighting, our audio broadcast system, so that when there is a calamity or disaster, you put this in the critical areas or critical zone, they can be able to make announcements already. So when we do this, why do we have to make that sustainable? Why do we have to make this solar street lighting sustainable also? Because the first thing to actually that will be removed when there is a disaster or any type of emergency or force majeure will be power. So if we rely to that utility power or to the grid power, then by the time we call the emergency, it's already late. That's the reason why the rescue is always late. But if we will be putting up this type of components wherein the solar PV panel is there, we hybridize it with the wind, so when there's no sun, there's still a wind, and we actually store that power into the energy storage system, even though 7 to 9 days continuous rain or no sunshine, you preserve that and make use of that as your emergency component during the time of emergency. So these are the type of solution that we're bringing to the country, wherein actually what we did, we also like tap into providing the software part of these systems, and we particularly partnered with one of our allies in the country right now. They are here from TAR of Israel, Avnon. So I would like to invite Dan Memeron to come over. So to be able to highlight that Sunsmart, we just don't provide the hardware part with our solar power systems and solutions, but as well as embed AIoT component and solution with our systems.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much to Miss Jenny. It's amazing to be here. As Jenny said, we are coming from Israel. My name is Dan Memeron. I'm the sales manager of a TAR company in charge of APAC. In the Asia market. And today we are celebrating a Jewish holiday called Shavuot. In Shavuot is the harvest time. And it's very symbolic for me and for us to sign this cooperation together with Sunsmart during Shavuot, because we work very hard in order to get and to achieve this kind of cooperation. And now we start harvesting our cooperation together. So using the system and using our cooperation together, we will be able to provide any citizens in the Philippines to monitor and control the gas, the water, and the electricity consumption. And this is amazing and a very big advantage for every Philippine citizens. So thank you very much for inviting us, and we are looking forward to harvest next year as well. and happy holiday.
Yes, on behalf of Sunsmart Solar Power Technology, with our partner for Israel, also with our partner from China, and also one of our partners also in the country for development and also sustainability is Italian Chamber of Commerce. I would like to say thank you for all the participation and cooperation also with Sunsmart. Thank you also to the Manila Times for having us again on this very important forum. The Manila Times has been very supportive to Sunsmart from the very first day that we actually introduced our technology as we empower and energize every far-flung rural areas in the country so that no one will be left in the dark. Thank you very much.
Thanks for giving us your powerful insights on energy sustainability, Sunsmart President Ngai. So now our sixth and final speaker, but certainly not the least, is a communications and media professional with over 17 years of experience working in corporate affairs for multinational organizations. She has in-depth experience in various aspects of the corporate affairs function, including internal and external communications, stakeholder relations, and community development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again a pleasure to introduce Mondelez Philippines Lead for Corporate and Government Affairs, Kate Punzalan. Please welcome her, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's so difficult to be the last speaker, I know, because you are all checking your calendars and watches, waiting for your next meeting or engagement. So I hope to make this not too quick, but very relative and informative for everyone so that we can make the most of our time together. Okay. So my presentation is called Sustainable Snacking, and let me show you why we call our advocacy for sustainability Sustainable Snacking. So this year, 2023, we are celebrating 60 years of Mondelez Philippines in the country. You may not be very familiar with our name, Mondelez Philippines, but I'm pretty sure you're familiar with our brands. You can see them here in the screen. Yes, I made a promise not to sell our brands to you, but just to share with you our sustainability initiatives. But just for your information, we have Tang, which is the #1 powdered beverage in the country, Eden Cheese and Cheese Whiz, which are both #1s in their categories as well, under block cheese and cheese spreads. And Oreo is a is a competitor in the biscuit space, as well as in chocolate we have Cadbury Dairy Milk, which is the #1 chocolate in modern trade, and the #1 gifting chocolate in the Philippines, which is Toblerone. Thank you. So that's the most I will say about our brands. All right, so just to share with you, we are a global company. We may have a strong heritage in the Philippines, but we have a global footprint that spans 79,000 people all over the world in 150 countries, and we are present in most regions around the world. But I'm here to talk about our mission to empower people to snack right, with the right snack for the right moment and made the right way. In particular, today we will be talking about how we make snacks the right way. So snacking is growing. We know our impact, we know our footprint in the world. That's why it's much more important for us to make sure that our practices are sustainable. But just to share with you, snacking is, people are saying that they have room in their budget for snacks. As much as 75 people make room for snacks in their budget. So snacking is really a growing space. Particularly, it might actually outpace the larger food industry in the coming years. 60% of people say they expect to spend the same or more on cookies and chocolates this year. Do you have the same behavior, maybe? I'm not sure. And then in these troubling and fast-changing times, 72% that they rely on little luxuries like chocolate, like a little treat, to get them through the day. And then 65% of consumers agree that they prefer trusted brands versus generic ones. But diving in deeper, we also have insights on what consumers look for amongst the companies that they purchase from. And that's on 54% say they make an effort to eat more plant-based snacks. So more people are looking towards not just sustainability in their what they buy or how they live, but also what they eat. And 70% say that they prioritize snacks that use less packaging, which we know is also a very important topic in the Philippines. And I'll share later what we do in terms of packaging. And 66% actively look for snacks that minimize their environmental impact. That's particular amongst the younger crowd. There are a few Gen Zs and millennials here, so let me know if you agree. So with that, our global strategy is focused on 4 pillars. Of course, there's growth, there's executing with excellence, a culture of great people who make up our company, and more importantly, we have made sustainability a 4th pillar of our business to really show our commitment to making sure we make snacks the right way. So we focus on 2 areas. Lead where we matter most. We know that there are a lot of problems in the world, and we are cognizant enough of the fact that we cannot solve everything. What we can do is to help solve the problems that are near our supply chain or that are relevant to our business and where we can make the most impact. So lead where we matter most in sustainable procurement of ingredients like for cocoa, for chocolates, and wheat for our biscuits. And then for social, to make sure that we respect and protect human rights in the entire breadth of our supply chain. And then secondly is to drive change where the world needs it most. And these 2 things are on carbon emissions and packaging or waste. All right. So in terms of ESG reporting, we, as an American company, we do not report ESG locally, but we do so globally. In fact, our latest report just came out this week. So apologies for not being able to update my slide, but we have an updated 2022 report. You might want to check it out. It's called the Snacking Made Right Report. But under that, we track these 7 areas of sustainability in our organization: ingredients, climate, packaging, social impact, diversity, equity, and inclusion, because sustainability is for the environment, yes, but it's also for people, to make sure that we develop as a diverse organization to help us grow in the future. Consumer well-being, of course, that's the lifeblood of our company, and employee well-being, because sustainability also means we have good practices that promote growth of our people. Suspense slides. All right. Okay, there it is. So under making snacks the right way, we have sustainable snacking and taking a stand. I will go deeper into sustainable snacking for today. And under sustainable snacking, we track these 4 metrics to make sure that we are living by our goals. That's making sure that 100% of our cocoa products will be sourced from a project called Cocoa Life, which is sustainable farming of cocoa. Packaging innovation to make sure that by 2025, 100% of our packaging all over the world will be designed for recycling. Environmental impact to make sure that we reduce our end-to-end carbon emissions by 10% globally. And more importantly, in 2050, we vow that we will target net zero greenhouse gas emissions from our full value chain by 2050, and that's all over the world. And under social sustainability, to make sure that 100% monitoring of child labor and human rights all across our supply chain. All right, just to share with you, one of the things that we're doing, particularly in Southeast Asia, is investing in programs that will really help reduce the amount of plastic that ends up in oceans. We know that the Philippines is one of the most affected countries of marine debris, and we want to make sure that we're investing properly to help address this issue. So we, together with a lot of other multinationals, invested in Circulate Capital, which is a fund that supports organizations on the ground who recycle and reduce the amount of plastic that ends up in landfills as well as in oceans. So, for example, for the Philippines, we have some we have some organizations who are in the pipeline to recycle and co-process sachets. We know that sachets are difficult to recycle, yes, but they can be recycled and they should be recycled, and we are supporting organizations who do so in Southeast Asia, particularly the Philippines. And we also have a fund called Sustainable Futures, where we look for organizations all across the world who promote the circular economy of plastics. Circular economy, just as to explain, is a system where plastic is not viewed as waste, but is something that can be reused as part of a different supply chain or a different work stream, but definitely not treated as waste and as single use. So we also are looking for organizations whom we can provide funding to ensure we support the circular economy. And in the Philippines, we have so far supported 2 organizations. That's the Plastic Flamingo and Green Ants Builders. The slides are really a killer. For the Philippines, I'd like to share with you just some of the products and partners that we have worked with to ensure that we recycle and recover the amount of plastic that we create in the Philippines. We've had playgrounds made from eco bricks. We've worked in community collection with basic environmental services and technologies, or BEST. We've worked with plastic credit exchange and geocycle for co-processing of our plastic waste. And we also have Sustainable Futures funded Plastic Flamingo and Green Ants projects. As you can see here, we'd just like to share with you that since 2019, we've learned quickly and we've increased the amount of plastic that we have collected from post-consumer packaging. But this 2023, we'd like to make the biggest step of all in that, in compliance with the EPR law, we are stepping up our information and education campaigns. We are working with Save Philippine Seas on a YouTube series called Memeing and Friends. Check it out. Please follow, subscribe, ring the bell, whatever. Please follow it. There's 2 episodes now of a 5-episode series where we teach kids and their families how to reduce the amount of waste that they create and to make sure that the waste they do create is disposed of properly. Please follow and like. But the biggest announcement of all is that in compliance with the EPR law, extended producer responsibility, and which we are very much supportive of, we have announced that this 2023 and moving forward, we will be collecting 100% of the post-consumer plastic packaging that we make. So for every piece that we put out in the market through our products, we will make sure that we collect it through our partners and make sure that it is properly disposed of and does not end up in nature. So our partner for this is the Plastic Credit Exchange. And on May 31, just for your information, we are inaugurating our very first plastic recycling facility project together with Green Ants, which was built in our home city of Parañaque, where we are also celebrating 60 years. Because our 60 years in the Philippines is not only because it's in the Philippines, but it's 60 years in Parañaque because we have stayed in the same city for the past 60 years. Okay, so in summary, we know that consumers want more from the brands that they purchase. They want brands that have sustainability in mind and don't create negative impacts on the environment. And we heard them. That's why we want to make snacks the right way. And we do this in 2 ways. Lead where we matter most, where our supply chain matters most, where we can make the most impact, and drive change where the world needs support and where the world needs it, which is in carbon emissions and plastic reduction. With that, I end my presentation and hope that you were able to learn a little bit something about our company, and we hope we were able to inspire others to also make sustainability not just a buzzword, like Ma'am Rose said, but something that is part of your blood and part of your company's values. Thank you very much and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Kate Punzalan, for sharing the Mondelez position on the circular economy. May we invite you to remain on stage? And our other two speakers, could we invite you for maybe a round or two of questions with Ben Kritz? I guess, Ben, in this instance, you're the thorn among the roses.
Yeah, well, it would be Oh, here you go. Hi, Rose.
Hello.
Hi. I was interested in you pointing out your the solar panel installations on your stores because last week I was at the Future Energy Show and met one of your vendors, Bear Day. Bear Day. Yeah, they've done at least one of your stores. So I thought that was interesting. But what I wanted to ask you about is what kind of how hard was it to get that started, and how hard is it to do a new store? In terms of how long does it take for that investment to pay off? And do you run into snags with because you are a large organization and you have large facilities? Do you run into like any kind of regulatory snags with getting that set up? Yeah.
Actually, it was an initiative way back, maybe I think 5 years ago when we started, no? Because we got listed in 2017. Was it 20? Yeah, we got listed in 2017. I think that's part of the ESG initiative that we're doing, no? So for the, we're expanding aggressively, no? We keep on building new stores, new buildings, no? I mentioned that 55% of the stores, that's about 47 of the 86 stores that we have currently is all solar panel. No, however, we have challenges on. I think I've mentioned in my presentation we have challenges on the legacy stores, the old buildings we're in. Of course, we cannot install, like for example, those multi-level buildings. No, you cannot just install solar panels.
Or the one in
there.
Alley Mall.
Yeah. Like for the one in Ali Mall, and then we have one in where else? Yeah, those very very old buildings. No, for the new stores, it was very easy to roll out. No, so we're looking more on not on the investment. It might be costly initially, but more on the long term. Benefits that we will gain. No, as I mentioned, it helps us not only reduce the carbon emission, but basically also helps us reduce the costs of energy. No, so. I'm sure there were studies, no? You've heard that, you save 20 to 25%, no? And then even if you use more power, the usage goes to to the renewable, not to the grid, right? So it's really more of the benefits of it, and then the payback would be, secondary to it, no? So as I mentioned also, 15 of our upcoming stores that we will put up this year, and the remaining, existing stores, 2023, So we're really heavily investing on the solar because we know that, air condition is one of the biggest contributor to the, to carbon dioxide or carbon emission, no? So yeah, we're looking into it. In fact, aside from the solar panels, we've installed also the high speed, fans, the big fans that you will see in majority of our stores, but of course not in Ali Mall.
Yeah, well, of course.
Because by the way, we have two formats. We have the large format and the small format, and Ali Mall is one of the small format.
Yeah.
This is more catering to, the basic needs, no? Unlike the big depot wherein we cater to more building, more heavy construction.
Right. Okay. Now we don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm gonna jump around. I have two quick questions for you, Kate. Number one, can you bring back the Toblerone ice cream bars? Please.
Thanks for that wonderful question. But I am happy to share with you that we are partnered with Froneri. They make ice cream, and one of the ice cream flavors is a Toblerone ice cream bar. So you can look for Froneri in your supermarket.
Those are I would be very happy. I know
we
a lot of people be very happy.
Yeah, we don't make ice cream, but we provide Toblerone for
I
ice
understand,
cream.
but you have a part in that. And a more serious question: you mentioned that your company's ESG reporting is on a global level. Is there any prospect of there being country level ESG reporting? Because I think that would matter to people here.
Well, I think even if we don't file publicly, we make sure that we follow the global standards and KPIs. So like what I'm doing here today is sharing with you locally what we're doing to help support our ESG goals. One of the projects that I shared is on supporting the EPR law. We're doing 100% plastic collection of post-consumer this year and moving forward. For carbon emissions, we didn't have a lot of time, but since 2018, we've reduced our carbon emissions in our Sukat manufacturing facility by 98%. And we do this through solar panels. We have reduced the electricity usage. We use sustainable energy. So that's what we try to do, is to share externally, not just amongst our people, what we do so that we can hopefully inspire and help empower other companies to do the same to reduce their carbon emissions.
Okay. Jenny, first question that occurred to me, which I've actually been wanting to ask you for some time. We haven't talked for a while. How does the Microgrid Act affect your business?
I would say that the Microgrid Act does not affect my business yet. Of course, Sunsmart is very compliant to any policy or regulation that the government will actually put in. And the reason why I say that it did not affect me yet, because I'm very well aware with our rules and regulations when it comes to energy side. Number one, if this is a Microgrid Act, our system is actually fully isolated. You know that very well. We don't actually rely on having to embed our system within the grid. And secondly, I would say that our system, regardless of the limit of 100 kilowatt to be able to get those service agreements, I would say that we can always decentralize and split that 100 kilowatt to several 50 kilowatt or divide that by 20, because our system can go decentralized from one area to another in whatever manner that it will require it above the limit. Then I would say that, of course, it has to comply with us, not just with the service agreement, but even with the authority to operate. And for the ATO, or authority to operate, working with the local government units, they are on top of it. And that's the reason why we really prepare of signing up with them. Although this is just more of their power generation source, I believe that we don't have any conflict when it comes to distribution.
Okay. Well, what I was mainly wondering is, do you see that there any possible opportunity because you
Yes.
are isolated? And
Of
that's
course.
What it's
I
set
would
up
say
for.
that, of course, the Microgrid Act that was signed by President Duterte, that was really a good one, because it is something that will actually legalize the operation of any microgrid utility, that especially like what we have, and that will actually formalize. Number one is to be able to collect the generation of power in terms of a lease, like what we are doing. Number two, if this is beyond power, like we can even collect the distribution of our generation of the water, like cheaper to the current one. And number three, I would say that will really provide economic value on this far-flung area, the rural area that every local government units are looking forward to develop. So that is such an advantage if that policy will really like kickstart and be more promulgated.
Okay. I think we're probably about out of time, aren't we? Here, you want me to keep going? I can keep going. I can talk to these ladies all day, but you know. Okay, Rose. Since you are a representative of retail in general, I'm going to throw a couple of ideas at you. Recently, you've talked about the shift of retail onto more online business. And how a lot of retailers are hybridizing or need to hybridize. How do you square that against the fact that more online business is going to mean more transport emissions? How do you tackle that problem?
actually really depends on the sector. No? That's why many of the retailers now, they're very aware, they're very conscious of like I've mentioned about, sourcing locally, supporting the local communities, because that entails to lesser carbon emission because of that, it reduces the transport. And it's really it's really challenging in our country because we're archipelagic, no? So I guess for retail, I guess the retailer should support, community-based suppliers, though, rather than, getting, like, for example, more regional. But then, of course, we have to integrate. We have to be integrated. No, it's really a challenge. No, I guess one of the things that retailers should do is to optimize on the when you source products. It has to be at the optimum level. Like you leverage on your scale. You get the MOQ so that lesser movements of goods and products. No, so maybe consolidation is one key aspect of that, no? Like if you're a small retail, you consolidate, you help, like the big retailers will help the small retailers, no? So there will be layers, like from distribution to the middleman and then up to the end users, no? So many ways, no? I guess it's really more on the practices that we do, no? So like being more efficient in your sourcing, like if you can, like support community-based, like what I've said, no, and of course, leverage on the scale of the big ones, no.
Okay, just one more question for you, Jenny, and I know you have a good answer for this one. Part of the thing that a lot of that holds up a lot of people with adopting renewable energy, jumping off the grid, is that the apparent big investment you got to make right off the bat. What kind of financing or support, particularly to communities, is available to get them started, get them over that first big hump?
Okay. I believe that the biggest support that our company will really be providing in the country, not just in every communities, because on top of these communities, I believe are the local government units. So our modality thereat, we enter into public-private partnership agreement, and we have two modality for that. Either we enter into a build, lease, transfer, and a PPP JV, a joint venture. So in that manner, we actually capitalize on providing our equipment. We operate such equipment, and we can be able to actually do the maintenance until on a certain tenure, and we do the technology transfer. And I believe that is something that what will make every Filipino not just adaptable to the future, but future-proof indeed our economy.
Okay, thank you. And Caitlin?
I
Toblerone ice cream bars.
I would be spared from a second question.
Yeah, Toblerone ice cream bars.
Got it.
Send a memo. Okay, I think that's about it.
Ms. Rose, Ms. Kate, and Ms. Jenny, thank you very much for answering. May we invite our President and COO to present to you our tokens of appreciation. And Ben, maybe you can join them also in the photo. The Manila Times thanks you for being speakers during our Multisectoral Sustainability Forum 2022. We are also thankful to you, our guests, for being a part of encompassing sustainability and future-proofing the economy. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day ahead.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Premium.
MegaWorld Hotels and Resorts is the largest hospitality chain in the Philippines. Each of its 6 diverse brands offer a distinct personality to cater to the needs of today's savvy traveler, whatever their purpose for travel may be. With a promise of enriching the travel experiences of its guests, MegaWorld Hotels and Resorts celebrates a unique culture of service excellence, fueled by warm and heartfelt service that Filipinos are best known for. Committed to providing every guest with unparalleled hospitality, the brand continues to innovate, curating meaningful experiences, building relationships, and inspiring travels while offering you the joys of being home. MegaWorld Hotels and Resorts. Our heart, your home.
Sunsmart is an all-renewable energy company that focuses in bringing knowledge-based innovation to provide accessibility and fast-track timely delivery of last-mile clean energy, potable water, and AIoT system and solution for smart city development, making the company the first to viably prove that living off the grid is possible. We are beyond solar. We are Sunsmart.
Mondelez International, home to some of the world's favorite snacking brands. Our purpose is to empower people to snack right by offering the right snack for the right moment, made the right way. This is the purpose that guides our work, making a broader assortment of delicious, high-quality, global and local snacks that nourish life's moments and fuel our well-being. Offering a locally relevant range of snacks, from indulgent to wholesome, that are convenient, mindful, and delivered in innovative formats. Celebrating our proud heritage of makers and bakers, advancing sustainable sourcing and packaging, and obsessing over consumer-inspired quality. Together, we're making great progress to achieving our goals. We are a passionate team of makers and bakers, located all over the world. We've got everything we need. Snacking is a great market to be in. It's a growing global trend. We've got a strong footprint in more than 150 countries around the world, including an unrivaled presence in emerging markets. We're operating in fast-growing snacking categories with strong market positions. Building on these strengths, our strategy is to create value over the long term. We're well set to lead the future of snacking.
Wilcon Depot, 45 years in construction and home improvement. A recognized leader in the industry. We bring the most extensive selection of trusted local and international brands with high-grade features and superior quality ranging from tiles, sanitary wares, plumbing, furniture, home interior, building materials, hardware, electrical, appliances, and so much more. From one store in 1977, today we have a network of over 80 stores across the country. And we are on track for our target of opening 100 stores by 2025. We are who we are because of the innovations we have brought to the industry. We redefined the shopping experience for construction and home improvement. We are known for our excellent customer service. We are bridging a strong physical store network while complementing it through leveraging technology and advancing our digitization. We are known not just for providing products, but for providing solutions. It is a legacy of dedication, hard work, and excellence. It is a mission to help people build, improve, and refine their homes for a sustainable and comfortable life. It is a testament to the men and women behind the brand. It is our deep commitment to be of service to our customers, partners, employees, shareholders, the environment, and the society we live in. It is us as a company fully embracing our responsibility of fulfilling the needs of all our stakeholders and the upholding of our values in every area of our business. It is a salute to the millions of customers, big and small, that have put their trust in our name as we help them build better spaces for better lives. Wilcon Depot, 45 years of building big ideas.